today. We are privileged to have Prudential. We are privileged to have some very, very good souvenirs from the Chevening Alumni Association. I would believe that by the end of this meeting, everybody who does not have Prudential, we are privileged to have some very, very good souvenirs from okay. Wow. So I believe that everybody who does not have a t-shirt like myself, we are going to go away with one at the back. Well, they're very beautiful t-shirts at only 45,000 Ugandan shillings. We allow mobile money, everything. It's whatever is convenient for you. Then today we are going to learn a lot. So I humbly request that we engage, we interact, we network, during the breakout sessions. And of course, like we all know that our network is our network. And that's one of the reasons that we are here as sharers. To start off our meeting, we would like to get to know each other. And everybody is going to have just a few seconds to tell us their name, their cohort, university, and current profession. Kindly stick to that so that we can be able to manage our time. We shall start with Hope right here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hope Bagota. I'm also part of the fresh or the most recent cohort. That's the 2021-2022 cohort. I'm a human rights lawyer and I work with Uganda Human Rights Commission. I pursued my master's in human rights at Middlesex University in North London. I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Nicholas Okot. I'm in the cohort of 2006-7 at the University of Leeds. I studied master's in economics and finance. I work for the Bank of Uganda.
Morning, my name is Michael Kabuko. I'm the project director at the Joint Research Center. I pursued an MBA at the University of Birmingham, cohort of 2001 2000.
Oh, wow. Great.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Commissioner of Police, Okoshi Simon Peter, cohort 2005-2006 at the University of Leeds. I was previously the commander of environmental police, but right now again for a senior command training at the police training college.
I want you to know safe security going on.
Good morning, my name is Julie Cassidy. I'm a journalist for Uganda.
Good morning, everyone. So good to be here this morning. My name is Fiona Kapshabe. I studied international social development at the University of East Anglia. I'm my health communications expert, specialist, whatever you may call it. I currently work with Living Goods as a senior communications manager.
Some people are not clapping. I don't know why.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Noel Arianchuka. I'm part of the most recent cohort, 2021-2022. I am a product designer by profession. I work with Proportion Global, which is a design agency with HQ in Amsterdam. My background is in product design and I studied at Brunel University, London.
So please kindly have a look at her products. She got an idea when she was in the UK, so she started shipping. Yeah, so please support her. Let's give her another round of applause.
Thank you, Janas. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sarah Natmanya Mercedes. I'm a gender and human rights specialist. I work at the University of Bristol, Gender and International Relations, cohort 2019-2020. I'm a gender consultant, and I'm also an employee. So if you have not exhibited, because my business right now is still in my head, just to put it out there that yes, I'm a consultant. So if you want expertise in gender and capacity building, human rights at work, here I am. Thank you.
Great. I think she deserves a bigger round of applause. Today, studied during the heat of COVID. Yeah. And I can only imagine what they had to go through, because at the time we went to the UK, everything was just fine. We had so much fun. So I respect people like Madame Mercedes.
Thank you very much, Celeste. I'm actually part of the COVID cohort as well. So I'll take my hand clap if I start. I'm Ronald Butaya, I'm an electrical engineer. I studied from the University of Edinburgh. I'm currently working with Uganda Electricity Generation Company Limited, and that's at the Karuma and Isimba power plants as a contract instrumentation engineer. So many of you are wondering, yeah, we're commissioning Karuma. First unit is on the grid, second unit is coming on. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's better that someone can launch the Masanyas and then I can speak. Good morning, everyone. I'm Sylvester Betabre. I am, I'll hijack. We are the actual Chevening COVID cohort. Because for us, when we started, COVID was on. Okay, it started before COVID had started. So, the actual cohort. Actually going to start triple C, Chevening COVID cohort of 2020 and 2021. So you did get some fun, but for us, you had to make fun work in the middle of COVID. I was at Chevening University, London, studying global supply chain management, MSc, and I'm a supply chain specialist and working with World Food Program as a logistics officer, funds manager. So I do a lot of cost optimization, supply chain. Thank you.
My name is Elvis Masigwa. I'm also working from the recent cohort, the baby cohort. I'm a civil engineer, followed by a civil water and sanitation. So I did my master's at Cranfield University, master's in water and sanitation for development. And just like Mercedes said, I'm also a consultant. My exhibition is in my head at the moment. Yeah, but anything to do with construction, project management, water supply, drainage, culverts, I'm the consultant. So I'm currently as a freelance consultant.
Let me say something about Elvis. I'm privileged to have been part of the cohort where Elvis was. Elvis participated in a competition and he won £5,000. He was the best at his university. Sure that we are very close up to today. Yeah, so
Good morning. My name is Pumla Nawachwa. I am a middle child. Not recent cohort, not much cohort. I am 2012, 2013, the time when we were still picking 2 every year. So I was one of 2. That's 1 in 25 is not special, but imagine 1 of 2. 1 of 2. I was awarded a master's in economics at the University of Manchester, master's of distinction, by the way. Wow. Yeah. I currently serve as an economist at the I think the distinction is that figure out.
Thank you very much. My name is Mugunga Emmanuel Freddy. Yes, that also. And where should I start? Okay, I am a public servant. Currently deployed at the Ministry of Water and Environment as the Undersecretary of Finance and Administration, where I'm 2 months old, just having come from the sector, Ministry of Energy, where I was the Undersecretary and Accounting Officer. But my cohort is of 2425. She says when they were picking 2 or so, but those were days when we were handwriting the essays. Yes, the forms would be sent, and when they reach the permanent secretary and gives them to you, you are sure you have already gotten it. Only what? You know? Yes, so I went to the University of Birmingham, West Midlands, Birmingham way. Yes. And I did a Master of Science in Governance and Government Management. Yes, so that's what I did over there. I am, but I still am because it can't go. I am the founding interim chairperson of the association. And for the Master of Science in Governance and Government Management, I say I can't benefit from a constitution that I led, so I didn't offer myself for leadership. And currently, I am the Chebukati of today's event. Thank you very much. But let me tell you something about Elvis. Yeah, just reminded me, Elvis was a very small boy when I was still hustling as a teacher that was long ago. So we actually lived on the same flat. But I'm really happy to, and this tells you a lot, that you should always be giving way. Those of you, wherever you are, who keep on amending your age, please give way to young people. This is Mugunga, the other, they call it, there's a certain name, okay, something. Me, I have a Mugunga agenda in the public service. Hit 60, live, no mercy. And I preach that gospel everywhere I go. As I stand now, I'm left with only 6 years and 7 months. And a few days to retire. I didn't calculate this morning. Thank you.
Great. Let's give him a bigger round of applause. I will tell you why he holds a very special place in my heart. He was on that interview panel when we were sweating plasma. So I am so honored and privileged that we are here today, just having this casual conversation. It wasn't casual at the time. Yeah, so you are very welcome.
Good morning, everyone. All protocol observed. I think I'm the unusual person here this morning. My simple name is Stephen Masu. And I think, I don't know how Anna addressed me, but I'm the cohort of 1988. Yes, I have been the cohort in 1988, 89. And I went to LSE, the London School of Economics. Wow. So I'm quite active in accounting and finance. But after LSE, I became a member of several international accounting and finance institutes. I think to date I have about 5 of them, and I was once a chair of ACCA Global Forum for 4 years, which was unusual. And I used to travel to London to chair the meetings of the ACCA Global Forum. I was once an active member to start the ICPAU here, to restart the ACCA offices here. So I have a long experience in accounting and finance. In the recent past, I have focused more on advising governments on public financial management issues. And I was one of the international consultants in the Ministry of Finance in the earlier years to start the PFM reforms, 2002 to 2004, before I went to Uganda and many other countries. So I have been to over 15 countries advising governments on public financial management. So in summary, I'm a PFM international consultant. So most of the time I'm always traveling as a retired consultant. Those who may have observed, I'm also in the board member of MEME, chair the audit committee as well. And I'm still active. So it is my pleasure to be with you, to observe you, and to help you wherever you can. But I think I'm an active member of the CAAU. Thank you very much.
Reminds me of the fact that we are an average of the 5 people we spend most of our time with. So after here, I'm going to sit right there so that I can be able to tap on these places. In the meantime, all the people who are online, kindly share your name, your cohort, university. We would like to know you from virtually, okay? So over to Helen. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. When you're responding, remember how you were when you were doing the interview. I'm seeing some faces. My name is Helen Kawesa. I am a Chevening scholar of alumni. 2001, University of Sheffield, where I did a master's in political communication. And I'm also the current chair of the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda. I think that was an outing. So I'm happy to see all of you here. When I look around, I see many of you whom interacted at that time, and I'm happy that you're here. Some of you are taking up leadership. Just remember, I'll talk about her when I'm speaking. But thank you very much for coming. I look forward to a nice day.
Thank you very much, Helen. We have 3 minutes for the rest of us to introduce ourselves, those who've just come in, and then we can go to the next program.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tabo Kudajira. I work as the managing editor of National Media Group, so I oversee the operations and monitor. I am the only person who has got a scholarship twice. In 2014, academic year, which I went down. I went to the US, then I came up and I applied and also got it. I went to international relations and security. I pretend to work as a journalist, but I'm also a city planner. I'm a bit of a the cohort is the most important one. I had somebody claim that they are the original COVID cohort. I think COVID was mapped with an index case, and that index case was somewhere just about December 2019. So which essentially means that the people who were studying at the time of 2019, 2020 are the original COVID cohort. And so there's people complaints about this, and I want you to explain them properly in the appropriate class. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Yes, we just have a few people and then we close it.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Faith Edigold. I must have been the one that gave Stephen a master of blessings. It's a scholarship. I was born in 1989. So it was a real good blessing. And I did 2015, 2016. Studied from University of Dundee, currently work as, studied what? MSc, Energy Finance, and currently working with the Petroleum Authority as a senior petroleum economist and financial analyst. Happy to be here.
Oh, wow. You're welcome.
Hi everyone, my name is Arnold Kabali. I was in the UK 2018, 2019. The party cohort. We read by that way. Eventually, I started a master's degree in pharmaceutical formulation and entrepreneurship. So making drugs and the business around setting up such a business at University College London. Yes, I currently work at the British High Commission as the health advisor. Thank you very much.
Wow. It's interesting because we have the COVID cohort, the party cohort, the baby cohort. I don't know which other cohorts we are missing.
Morning, everyone. My name is Nasike Diana. I went to the London School of Economics and Political Science. I did a global health policy, Masters of Science. Currently, I work with the Ministry of Health as a health security policy advisor and analyst. Oh, the COVID cohort, the legends, the ones who started 2021. Yes, I studied online, so 2019, we don't know the country. Yeah, we studied online, but we are legends. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We shall have a debate about that during lunch.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Diana Nakawesa, and yes, I'm from the normal cohort. That's 2017-2018, and I went to the University of Ulster in Northern Ireland. I did my LLM in gender conflict and human rights. Happy to be here. Sorry. Well, I'm a gender and human rights specialist, and currently I work with an organization called Smart Transitions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We shall have just one more Shebna introduce themselves, and we'll have an opportunity for the rest to introduce themselves later. Yes, Marion.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Marion Sandra Babazi. The person who's always pulling money out of pocket online. Thank you very much. Always responding. Thank you so much. And I'm here exhibiting our t-shirts, not my t-shirts. Yes. And I started at the University of Sussex. My hair can tell. I think 205, 206. I can't change that one. I'm happy to sit behind and watch the young ones in front. I did a master's in participation, development and social change at the University of Sussex. I enjoyed the waters down south, and I am a senior policy analyst with the Ministry of Gender and Relationship Development. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much to all of you for those introductions. Of course, there's been quite a lot of debates about which cohort, and oh, okay. We shall have Chloe, and then I'll introduce the next speaker. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Chloe Koburunga. I am part of the 2021-2022 cohort, the baby cohort. I studied a master's in business administration from the University of Edinburgh, also known as the MBA, with a distinction. And I'm currently an investment associate with a company called Triple Jump. We invest in renewable energy companies in Sub-Saharan Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Apologies for forgetting you, Chloe. And thanks for the reminder. So this year, our theme is taking your position at the forefront of Uganda's transformation and growth. And to kick off our meeting, I would just like to start with a quote about leadership, because we are Shebners. Great leaders are like the best conductors. They reach beyond the notes and reach the magic in the players. This is by a gentleman called Blaine Lee. And I want to remind us that as Cheveners, we've been called to lead and to be change makers in this country, being at the forefront of economic growth and development. And I love the fact that many professions and institutions have been represented today on that particular front. So to start off our presentation this morning, I would like to invite the Secretary General of the Chevening Alumni Association to go through the previous minutes and action report for the last AGM. Let's give her a big round of applause. She'll introduce herself.
Thank you, Janet. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Grace Kinganzi, your secretary on the Alumni Association Executive Committee. I am in the 2015-2016 cohort. I also middle children. Who are the first big number, I think we're 8. So we are not as special as school. We are special all the same. Yes, I went to City University of London. I studied media and communications. I currently work at the Personal Data Protection Office. We have a store behind there. If you want more information, we are the custodians of keeping personal data safe. And I hope at all our workplaces we are compliant. In case we are not and you're hearing about this for the first time, I'll be available for more information. That's telling that the benefits of being here. So I want to go through our minutes for last year. Yes, babe. Oh yes, oh yes. Today is my birthday. I was born in Jaya. He went to was born in 88. And, yeah, so yeah, this is my birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Grace. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you. Yes, I shared a birthday with Jackie Nkaija, who's our treasurer. I'm sure she's been laying.
And with my son.
Hey, wow. All right. I'm very busy. Anyway, so I want to summarize our minutes because of how long our agenda is today. So last year we had our AGM on March 19th to that hotel. Under the theme leading and influencing for positive change. Our guest speaker was our patron, the British High Commissioner, and our keynote speaker was Justice Kathy Zamgemarere. So last year's AGM was a bit shorter because we didn't have elections. So what we had, we arrived, we had self-introductions, we had opening remarks from our MC of the day. The date was Rodney Adrico, who is online also. And then, yeah, we introduced ourselves. Several Chevening alumni shared their wins. At that time, he was the immediate past president. I just put an honorary doctorate. Let us know about that. We celebrated that. And then we had opening remarks from our chairperson, Helen Kawesa, who welcomed all of us and thanked alumni for the commitment during the year, for participating in the different CAAU project workshops. We had several workshops in the previous year. So she thanked me for that, for participating in the CSR activity that we had, and called on all of us to continue that same spirit. After her remarks, we had an introduction. We had remarks from the guest of honor, Ms. Ketari, the British High Commissioner to Uganda, who's also our patron, as I mentioned. She congratulated us for the different achievements we had in the first year. She noted that it was a privilege to attend the CAAU education conference. We had held an education conference that first year. And she said it resulted in great recommendations from partners and stakeholders. Those great recommendations she's talking about are the 10 points at the entrance there, which have been adopted by the Ministry of Education. You can read about them at our entrance, that board. You can clap. I mean, we are influencing, so it's a good thing. Then she noted that she's looking forward to the CAAU Refugee Livelihood Conference. I think it happened a week after our AGM. And then she pledged the British High Commission's continued support for our association. And I'm glad to say it has really continued in the last year, as you will hear in representing the different reports. After that, Jonathan Ochom introduced our keynote speaker, the Honorable Lady Justice Catherine Bamgemerere, and a very long profile I will not repeat in the 4 minutes. And then she came to speak to us. She introduced herself. She noted that she hadn't received a Chevening scholarship and had wondered why we had invited her. But she noted that she had strong ties to the UK. She had lived in the UK for 8 years. She had worked as an associate professor at the UK University and had been a referee for several Chevening scholars, including our compliance officer, Loyola. She was very proud to note that. And then she also noted that 92% of employers look for experience abroad. I noted that because we have studied abroad, we have that experience, and so our CVs are not lightweight. Just in case you needed a reminder, the way CVs, because the experience, an experience abroad exposes you to different cultures. It makes you more flexible to adjust to different situations. All these were in my remarks, and these are not my words. These are all Justice Mary's words. Then she advised us. She thanked us first of all for coming back to build our country, because it means we're not part of the brain drain. And noted that now the greener pastures that people are chasing these days are in our country, in Uganda, and thanked us for recognizing that. She advised us not to lose our sense of wonder, that made us apply and go experience another world, and have dreams. She encouraged us to keep that sense of wonder alive, because it will help us pursue dreams that seem impossible. Secondly, she told us not to settle for less. In applying, I mean, when we hear about the alumni that used to go 1 or 2 every year, that means they're not settling for less. They believe that they can be among that 1, that 2. So we also believe every time you apply, you think you're not settling for less. You're not applying for just any scholarship. And so she advised us to keep that in mind as we live our lives, to work hard on the relationships that we have made in our careers, with each other, in our different networks, so that we keep getting closer to the dream that we have. She also encouraged us to get the skills that we will require to ensure that we get closer to that dream that we have. Finally, she encouraged especially the alumni that had just returned to readjust to life in Uganda. She knows that it can be difficult, but she encouraged them to, all of us, not to be derailed by what we had experienced, but really readjust and use what we had learned. Take note of the changes that have happened within us and readjust. So that we keep developing our countries. In conclusion, she noted that the Chevening Scholarship is a blank slate, and we therefore have an opportunity to use the leadership skills we attain to contribute to a greater Uganda. After that, we had a Q&A. The Q&A revolved around how can we continue to build our network, get people to buy in from different alumni. And she reminded us that that's our task. Like, it's going to be up to us to show that this network is worth being a part of. That's a conclusion in the Q&A. Then a quote from her that I picked out for her report was, no matter your background, have a dream. Again, for the not settling for less. After the Q&A, there was a vote of thanks from one of us, and then we presented the different reports of what we had done in 2021. So it included the CAAU projects, including the refugee project that held several workshops on women and gender, on the legal rights of refugees, and also skills development, where we had someone from Mukazi, Prenua, and other people just giving skills to the refugees in Zambia. So the refugee projects, we have been implementing it in partnership with GARID. It's an NGO in Zambia working with the refugee community there. Then another key thing that we had done the previous year again was the education conference and the fundraisers. Also, we had held our meetings as the executive committee, and we gave you that feedback. And some of the key takeaways from the meetings we had held was an amendment to the constitution, which the compliance officer took us through. She presented amendments. There was an amendment, a proposed amendment to clause 17.3 of our constitution, which reads that at that time it read that the treasurer shall be the signatory to every bank account of the CAAU and shall ensure that any expenditure is pre-approved by the general meeting. We had noticed that this clause raised challenges for the executive committee to carry out its activities, because it meant if we had to do any administrative work, including registering the association, then we had to first call for an AGM to approve expenditure, which was really it was a challenge. And so the proposed amendment was that the treasurer shall be the signatory to every bank account of the association and shall ensure that any expenditure is pre-approved by the executive committee. And then, in addition to the clause, was also proposed as follows: the treasurer shall present a budget and financial reports to the general meeting for review and approval. The compliance officer moved a motion for resolution for members to amend that clause. And Faith Edible seconded the motion. Then the chairperson put the question to the motion of the resolution. I'm trying to keep the legal terms of the resolution, asking those in favor to say either aye, those not in favor to say nay. And the ayes had it, and the clause was amended. So this year, the treasurer has been getting approval from the executive committee, and we are going to, and the treasurer will also present next year's budget for approval. On the ways forward, we noted that we need to scale up our fundraising efforts for the CAAU project. There's a lot of money pending, and everyone agreed to share ideas. We also committed to developing a strategic plan for the association. We committed to marketing the Chevening Awards, to network as alumni. We've not done that very well, but this is part of it. And also to continue having our Chevening dialogues on topical issues that affect the country. And so that's a summary, a very, very, very brief summary of what happened last time. The only thing I've left out is that we awarded, of course, key people. We recognize several people in the Chevening Alumni Association who had done outstanding work, not just for the association, but in their communities. Then we had our lunch and left at leisure. So that's a summary of what happened. And I hope I've kept within your time. The report will be shared so that you give comments. If there's anything that you remember that has been left out, let us know.
Thank you very much, Grace, for that presentation. I almost feel like I was here because everything was well taken note of. Let's give her another big round of applause. At this point, I would like to invite the chairperson to give her opening remarks as we also wait to receive our keynote speaker. So let's give a big round of applause as we welcome Helen to come and give her opening remarks. We are looking for my
Sorry, no. Which cohort?
Thank you, Janet. When it's 8, you raise your hand. Thank you, Janet, for moving us along. Good morning once again. I'd like to thank you very much for turning up today for our third AGM since we became an alumni association. It's good to have you here. My report, or my remarks are in the report, which we've sent to you on your phones. You have the document. I'm not going to read everything. I'll just summarize, as we are told these days that the young people don't want to listen more than 5 minutes. But you'll be able to try and do 8. So I'm happy to be here today to welcome you to our meeting, the third annual general meeting since we became a fully fledged association. Thank you for making the time to be with us today. We value that. This meeting is a significant one. First of all, it marks the end of our 2-year tenure as the first executive committee of the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda. Which I think we have had a good tenure. It's been successful. So please clap for us. Secondly, and more importantly, we are holding elections today for the first time. Okay, the serious elections for the first time. We had the first one, but it was not really very as organized as this. And for the new executive, and we're excited to see new leaders coming into office. As Chair Emma said, it's always good to give way to the young, to other people, not necessarily young people, but others to come on board. So it's good that some of us are giving space. Whereas maybe some of us would have liked to, but you have to respect that the constitution. Yes, some of us had another tenure, but if you served your best, it's good to leave for the young people to come. You notice that many young people are coming in today to take leadership, and that is intentional. We try to reach out to them intentionally, give them calls to come on board. So thank you, those of you who have offered yourselves. We have ensured, thanks to our transparent and highly effective electoral commission, that we'll have free and fair elections today. So don't worry. The leaders coming in are the best that they can be. So it will be very free and fair, transparent. Let's see everything, how it's moving. Before I go any further, I first want to greet all the Cheveners who are here that interacted with me when I was a panelist. Wave to me so that I can remember. Yes. So it's good to see you here. And I'm happy. Why am I very happy? Because when we are interviewing you, we ask you an intentional question that when you come back, what are you going to do for the Chevening grant, the Chevening scholarship? And all of you promise, as heaven and earth. I'm going to be there, I'm going to be the front at the front. Helen, in your seat, whether you're not doing enough, as we are coming to change things. So I really take note of that. And I call you, I call the people and say, you promised what now what is happening. So that you're here today, it's good. Tabu will tell you on the people so that others, we are telling him that we should come on board. But it's not easy, it's really tricky, Barry, but you help in his own way. So I'm very happy that you're here. All of you, when I look at you, when Kumla was speaking that there were only 2, I always remember her interview. It was many years ago. When do I remember her? Because she was late. And all of you know how these people are with being late. So automatically, when people say, oh, she's not coming, I think we interviewed around 7 people. She's not coming, let's go. I think she was even the last one. I don't remember she was the last person, but she was late. So we were running up our books to go. Then suddenly she walks in, and I was very impressed that she was so apologetic, she was nearly like in tears. And then she whizzed to the interview. So it taught me that, first of all, of course, it's not good to be late, but sometimes it's inevitable. But when you're late, please apologize so much and be. That's how I didn't know that she would go into television but I can see where she got that from. So really, it's good to see her now taking the lead here. And thank you, Kumla, for what you're doing wherever you are. You are true Chevening, really. So I wish the panel that you are with can see you now. But it really goes back when even though I see, I remember that she was quite late. And we are even now. I'm so sorry, I had lost my original document. for being there and for going through. Basically, so we'll have fair elections, but as we go into them, I'm going to also encourage you 2 years from now, please offer yourselves for these places and encourage your cohort team to also come on board when called upon. It has been a mixed journey over the last 2 years, actually 3, including Emma's year when he was our chairman. A lot has been achieved. We have made history. And after getting out of the famous lockdown that people are competing about the COVID, whatever, we are now on the slow road to recovery. Actually, I think COVID was a blessing in disguise because it gave us the online platform. We became more active because we were at home, had webinars, and we could network better. Much as the pace has been slow, it has not affected our energy as executive, and we have worked steadily to realize our goals. In the report that you have, there's a hard copy and a soft copy. The appendices where you get details of the activities that we have carried out. And there will also be some individual reports from the respective chairpersons telling you about what they've done in brief. The details are in that report, so kindly take time and read it to inform yourselves and update yourselves on what we've done. The highlights are as follows. We held our AGM in March last year in accordance with the Constitution. We started developing the strategic plan, which is nearing completion. Strategic plan is near completion. Mario will tell us a bit about it. We have held educational webinars in which we have discussed discussions among ourselves and also put voice to reason. We have kept the communication channels open and lively to facilitate networking. We have represented in the scholarship interview panels. A number of us, I'll mention, Chair Emma has been there on the panel, and Alan has been on the panel to interact with you. We call it interaction, smooth and friendly interaction, to interact with you and get your ideas and select the best, select you, the cream of the cream. So that is a very exciting activity. I would encourage all of you, when the opportunity comes, to be on the other side interviewing prospective scholars, because they challenge you. You get to know how old you are. You start reading more. And on the climate change one, panel that's in April, and it really challenged me that I can also do something about it. So when you see me in the UN and the chair of the climate change, don't worry, don't be surprised. Those young people really, when you're in the interview, it's a different thing. It opens up your mind. So whenever you get the opportunity, do it. I think I still have 8 minutes. We have initiated dialogue with the Commonwealth Alumni Association to explore ways of working together. This is very big because there are around, I think there are around 500 of them, 1,000 of them, the Commonwealth scholars, and want to find ways to work, and they're all over the country. We have initiated and established essential partnerships to support our projects, cafe projects. You get to know about them. We have gained visibility in the media and the public through media coverage of our activities. I want to thank our members who are in the media. They've given us a lot of support. We supported applicants for the Chevening Scholarship through webinars and discussion groups. And this has resulted in 2 more numbers of scholars going out over the last 3 years. From 7, we are now at around 24. And that's because we help to prepare the young people who are going for interview, and that's a very good thing. So clap for yourselves. Whenever someone approaches you, we have impacted community positively. I will tell you about that in our projects. We have raised funds among ourselves for the projects, and we need more funds. We have supported the Mapera Bakatiamba Home for the elderly through our annual CSR activities, and also supported ourselves in times of bereavement and joy. It's been busy, the 2 years. We've tried our best to concentrate within the limits to see that we achieve our goals. It has been dedication and effort. In the course of duty, we have upped the number of Cheveners, some of whom we have called upon on short notice. That's what I'm very good at. I really call on short notice. When I remember you, I want to mention them. They will give me 5 more minutes and I mention this to thank them. I'd like to mention Sarah, Mrs. Sarah. Stand up for recognition. We call her. The executive was asked to lead the refugee project, and she came in. She was hesitant at first, but she done very well. Dr. Olive Sabit is not here. She did the one for inclusive education. Tom Walugembe, the famous one, he helped us as an assistant secretary. Olivia Narugwama helped us with comms. Andrew Chilabo has been helping us with the second mental health project. Esther Nakazi helped us recently on the Electoral Commission ration notice. Hagai Masiko has been vital in the webinars. Rodney Andrico has been key in the IT we are going to use for the election today. Pumla Nabachwa was key, very keen getting us that guest of honor. It was not easy, but you got him here. And you're welcome, sir. People are supporting the brother also helped in that. And others have come to support us wholeheartedly. And I want to thank you very much, because whenever I called upon, you're there. That's what networking is about. Some of them have been incorporated and become ex-official members of the executive. Thank you. As I conclude, I'll talk about our major achievements. There are many, but I'll list two. Have been the two campaign bids we've involved in. One of leveraging skills for tech IT for economic refugee population in Kampala, and promoting inclusive education for Ugandan youth. The details are in the report. We managed to influence policy, especially the education of bringing inclusive education on board, and that is very key. That was something we did as students, because they were already a neglected population. We have gained visibility and traction, as I said, and we have also made constitutional amendments to our constitution, not to extend our tenure, but to streamline our corporate governance and operations. We're proposing to add some more posts to the committee to make it more proactive. We have also strengthened our partnership with corporate entities that have given us funding to execute our projects. Among these, I'll mention is Prudential, Uganda, gave us 10 million. Thank you very much. We mentioned the Kalemula Foundation, which gave us 10.3 million for the school. The Communications Commission has given us 10 computers, again for the school for the handicapped. Uganda also gave us 700,000 for our projects. The challenges, I'm going to talk about them. The challenges are apathy, that is one. You can see from just the people who are here, there are around 300 Cheveners, but only a handful are active. They need to participate more in the activities if we are to grow. Much as some members are networking with the WhatsApp forum, the majority remain lost and quiet. The incoming executive has a big task to find ways to reach out and engage Cheveners. There are also Cheveners out there who are not registered and are not updated on the web database, but we need each one of them. If you know someone who is out there and the Chevener and is quiet, please bring him to our attention or her, and we'll look for him or her. Funding, payment of subscription and annual fees is still wanting. There's need for members to pay their subscription fees on time and annually, so that we can have some money in our coffers and we can do our operations smoothly. The campaign projects are still ongoing and remain unfinished because we need money, we need some funding and the donations, but as Cheveners, we need you to come in also and make your contributions. So we want you to leave here with a pledge that you've made to give us some funds. In appreciation, I want to appreciate members of the outgoing committee with whom we've worked hard to realize our goals and grow the association. It has been teamwork and sacrifice, and I would have asked for a better team. Please stand up and we thank you. All of, if you are ex-com member, Grace, Emma, Alan. Mario behind there. Thank you for the teamwork. We worked hard and big waves. We also appreciate the British High Commissioner, Her Excellency Kate Irie, and the staff of the British High Commission for their support throughout the 2 years. They have always come through for us when we needed them. Unfortunately, Tina is late. She's come late, she's working. She's delayed, but want to take special recognition of her as a Chevening support officer. We've worked the journey together, and we always support and all the Cheveners, thank you for supporting us. There's element of the other members that backing them is working in. I thought the Chevening have supported us, you people by participating in our activities, by keeping us busy on the WhatsApp, by asking us tough questions, and by loving us. Thank you very much. I conclude by again, sorry, it's been an eventful journey. I've learned a lot, and my team, and we started on good ground from the interim committee, and we thank Emma for building us from the ground. There's still a lot of work to do. The ground is fertile, there's goodwill, and the ideas are rife. Let us tighten our shoelaces, roll up our sleeves, work hard, and get our hands dirty. Achieving as when you are promising heaven and earth, we're going to make a change in the country by making our hands dirty. Not by sitting on WhatsApp and chatting, and when we call you for elections, you shy away. I thank the team with whom I've worked. I wish the incoming executive the best. We are always there to support you. When called upon, we'll be there. As my school motto states, that's Shalibabaga. So much to do. And I'll end with a quote. If you cannot do great things, if I cannot do great things, I can still do small things in a great way. That's Martin Luther King. Thank you for listening to me, and God bless you.
Wow, wow, wow. Let's give Helen another bigger round of applause. Thank you for a job well done. Thank you for the insightful presentation. That was fantastic. I feel like I've been part of this 2-year journey, even when I had not yet, got the Chevening Scholarship, and I'm very, very excited about the future of Chevening. At this point in time, we would like to recognize the presence of our keynote speaker. He has arrived. We are very, very excited to have him with us today. So, ladies and gentlemen, please stand up in recognition of our keynote speaker as we give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much, Dr. Michael and Team Ego, for us. You can have your seats. I would like to invite Pumla Nabachwa to officially invite our keynote speaker to come and address us. Pumla, you're welcome.
Thank you, Janet. Good morning once again.
Good morning.
Wow, this is such an honorable task. If you worked with anything about public and civil service, there is an organizational culture of hierarchy and protocol. And even if I told you before that I was 1 and 2, I still have not reached a level where I'm allowed to introduce or welcome the deputy governor in the bank. But thanks to Chevening, I feel like I've arrived. Because wow, I am introducing the deputy governor. So before I welcome him, I'd just like to say something little about the man I'm privileged to call my boss. Yeah, he's not a Chevener. Michael, he prefers to be called Michael. He's not a very formal man. He even rolled his eyes when you said stand up and clap. Yes, so while Michael might not be a Chevener like us, like most of us, he is post-grad trained in Great Britain. He did his master's in international economics and banking at Cardiff University, Cardiff Business School, University of Wales, and his PhD in economics at the University of Liverpool. And he attained these awards while employed by the Bank of Uganda, where he started his career in 1984. And he rose through the ranks, his career until he reached a place where the topmost place in the central bank before you become deputy governor or governor, he was the executive director of the economic research department until 2008, where he left to join the IMF, the African department of the International Monetary Fund, where he served as the deputy director. Yeah, are you feeling it? So let me tell you a fun fact. I was employed at the Bank of Uganda and deployed in the Economic Research Department the exact year he left. But even if he was physically absent, his presence lingered heavy in the corridors of the bank. Mentorship, effective leadership, open and honest communication, a brilliant man is what they said he was. And I was just glad that even if he was not there, I was still a recipient of his great leadership. So he took leave from the IMF and joined the MEFME. MEFME is a Macroeconomic and Financial Management Institute, Eastern and Southern Africa, where he served as the executive director, where he nurtured his passion for capacity building and human capital development until 2020, where the president of Uganda called upon him by name and appointed him the deputy governor of Bank of Uganda, where he serves still today. And he brought with him a wealth of international and regional experience. And I'm privileged to be serving under his leadership. One of the underrated pleasures of life, especially in Uganda, is to serve under great leadership. Because it is like a unicorn in this country. So when you get that opportunity, you seize it. And above all, I'm just glad to be, when Helen called upon me and said, Pumla, we need to get the deputy governor. The deputy governor is the busiest individual that I know. I was even afraid to make the phone call. Deputy governor. And then in my mind, as Helen said before when I was doing my interview, if you don't ask, it will always be a no. For as long as you don't make the request, it will always be a no. So you'd rather have your no when you've asked. I picked up the call and I knew and I sensed it and said, but because I know he's driven by passion, he's passionate about impact, he's passionate about impacting knowledge, I knew he would come. And he said, okay, I will be there. And I said, these are your intellectuals. There is there at a level where you don't have to. So, you know, I work, so I serve as an economist in a bank, but I am right now in the communications department. And this is something that he fostered. He said, Pumla, nobody understands the macroeconomic language that you use. So I need you, go to that department and try to weaken that language, break it down. What is it? How do you tell people core inflation rose to 5%? What is that? Nobody understands the reports that you read. So he's actually been, he's been so instrumental in trying to break down the macroeconomic policy. But this time I told him, you don't even have to break down your lingo that much, because he's really trying to break down macroeconomic policy. I'm like, no, those are intellectuals. I wish you were here for the self-introductions. You'd have been amazed. The master's students of ABCD. So allow me, yes, to introduce to you and welcome our keynote speaker, a man that I am privileged to call my boss. You're welcome, Dr. Michael Atanga.
I won't believe that. Well, I think she couldn't do anything for it. Sorry, before I begin, who was the lady who was here? Who asked you to stand up? What's her name?
Janet.
Janet. Janet. I think those are things of the past. But anyway, thank you, Janet. And Pumla, thank you very, very much. A very good morning to all of you. I am very privileged to be here to talk to you this morning. And I don't know about the protocol, but I will say all protocol observed as it was earlier mentioned. I was not here, but it's all observed. So I just want to begin by saying a very good morning to all of you. And my hearty thanks to Madam Helen Kawesa, the chairperson of the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda, the abbreviated as CAAU, for inviting me to address the 2023 annual general meeting. I'm really excited to talk to Ugandan Cheveners about contributing to or spearheading our national transformation. You know, I believe in being relevant to a society that you serve. Otherwise, you'll be hanging there like a red herring, right? Not useful to the society that you serve. So I'm very, very glad that I'm here to talk to you about spearheading your contribution to spearheading our national transformation growth. I'm sure you are all undoubtedly aware of the National Vision 2040, i.e., a transformed Ugandan society from peasant to a modern and prosperous country within 30 years. That is the National Vision for 2040. I expected Rachel here to know what the vision is, national vision, because you are in Uganda. So, how far are we from this vision? What is it going to take us to get there? And how can Cheveners contribute? That's going to be my discussion with you this morning. Let me begin by making some quotations. In 1994, in a speech by Lee Kuan Yew, the former Prime Minister of Singapore, he said, quote, "Too many African students go to the West to study subjects that are not relevant to their country development needs," unquote. In 2006, Jakaya Kikwete, the president of Tanzania, said, quote, "We need to produce more engineers, scientists, technicians, and fewer lawyers and sociologists," unquote. Some of you are rolling your eyes. I'm just quoting, I didn't say this. Okay? And then coming closer home, in a 2016 speech, President Yoweri Museveni said, quote, "We need more scientists and engineers, not more lawyers and politicians," unquote. So what is all this drawing us to? It's saying the debate on the relative importance of science and humanities, a decrease for socioeconomic transformations, can get rapidly heated and complex if we were to provoke prominent Cheveners like Miria Katembe, Andrew Mwenda, and Livingstone Sewanyana. Obviously, there are valid arguments on both sides, but the message from these heads of states is clear. Cheveners should align their personal goals with national development needs. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. And to help us discuss that topic, I'm going to take a scripture from the Bible. For those of you who read the Bible, it is the book of Luke, chapter 12, verse 8. It says, "For everyone who has been given more, much more will be demanded. Everyone who has been entrusted with much, much more will be asked." So I'm talking to people who have been given more and who have been entrusted with more. And that's you, the children. So what am I asking of you? So you do well as Cheveners when you bring your unique talents, expertly honed in the best UK universities, to tackling Uganda's development challenges while being great ambassadors of the British culture. Your exceptional education in the UK aligns with Uganda's national Development Goals, which prioritizes human capital development among drivers of change. The plan recognizes that investing in people's skills, knowledge, health, and well-being is essential for sustainable development and achieving the country's development needs. Cheveners, having been selected for your unique talents, leadership potential, and passion for impact, you are qualified to tackle Uganda's development challenges. So let me highlight the scope of opportunities available for you to contribute. You know, Uganda has made progress in socioeconomic development, but challenges and gaps remain. We have achieved an average annual GDP growth of around 6% for donkey years. But the economy has revived and has remained reliant on agriculture, which employs most of the population, but it faces challenges of low productivity, climate change impacts, and limited value creation. Where is Arnold? Before I was interviewed by Pumla, I was having a nice discussion with Arnold, asking which UK uni he went to. He told me it was University College of London. Yes. And he studied how to use plants for extracting drugs. So I said, now you are talking, all right? We are talking about value addition, right? There are plenty of medicinal plants out there, right? But we are still importing medicines. Professor Wang, right? Use the knowledge of his grandma and ma to do something exceptional in coming up with COVID-19, right? So Arnold, I'm waiting for your products. Okay? Because we're talking about limited value creation in agriculture. So how do we take advantage of the rich plants in this country which have got a habitable nature? How do we create value out of that? How do we add value to what we're producing if we are to address the issue of socioeconomic transformation? So that's what I'm expecting of the Cheveners. How are you using whatever skills you learned? The other day, we had a water hygiene problem at the dam. And His Excellency the President to employ all kinds of engineers to try and remove the water hygiene that was threatening to block the dam and affect hydroelectric power production. So he again reiterated his message that we need more engineers, all right, and scientists. Because he said, now, for us to remove the water hygiene, right, we need engineers and scientists. We need people who are going to bring biological control, introduce here insects that are going to eat up the hygiene so the thing disappears. Now, our colleagues who have done literature, they cannot come and read here Shakespeare and then their water hygiene disappears. So, you know, there are all those kinds of debates, all right? But let's leave it there for now. So, we have also battled poverty from 56% in the early 1990s to about 30% of the country's population in 2019-2020. Now, remember, this poverty kind of like ticked up in 2019-20, and it remains significant in terms of challenges, especially in the rural areas, where many people are wallowing in peasantry subsistence outside the money economy. Moreover, the reversal of poverty trends due to COVID-19 pandemic shows that the population is dangerously vulnerable to shocks. People are living at the margins, right? If you look at the scale of poverty, you are just at the borderline. It requires a shock for you to slip back into poverty. So you guys, the Cheveners, what are you doing with all your skills to increase the resilience of people from sliding back to poverty? Think about it. While our infrastructure has improved considerably, there remains wide gaps where access to reliable electricity, clean water, paved roads, and transport means remain limited. Access to education has improved with increased enrollment rates at various levels. But challenges such as high dropouts, limited infrastructure, inadequate teacher training, and quality gaps persist. Look, we have increased enrollment at the primary level. We have increased enrollment at the secondary level. But the challenges of appropriately deploying these graduates in order to make them break out of subsistence remains. So we have all these issues that how can we build on what we have put in place? Government has spent a lot of money on social economic sectors, like education, like health, particularly of a primary nature. But people still wallow in poverty. So what is missing? What are the gaps in education that we need to do? How we need to empower these people? I was reading a research that was done by EPRS some time back. There were very, very quick wins as a result of introducing universal primary education. And one of the striking features of that study was that for every household that was headed by someone who had completed the first 7 years in education, primary education, they found out the following. One, their propensity to get malaria, waterborne diseases, and what have you, had reduced significantly. And why? At school, they were taught the benefits of slashing around their graphite houses, the benefits of boiling drinking water, and the benefits of keeping their environment clean. Thank you. Of keeping their environment clean. And as a result, whereas on average, a household would fall sick maybe twice in 2 months, these households that were headed by somebody who had completed P7, on average, halved the frequency of falling sick. So in terms of primary health care, a lot was done through universal primary education. But what else has remained? These guys are not empowered. They have the basic skills, their health has improved. But the question is, how are they taking advantage of their improved health? Yes, it's true that because they were spending more time tending to their gardens, their output also had increased, but they still remain in subsistence. So there was something that was missing. So we needed to work on that. And that's why when the government began to privatize the telecom sector, all the telecoms were given a certain percentage and they were given some milestones that by years X, you needed to have covered a certain percentage of Uganda, including the rural areas. And that thing had a tremendous impact in the early 2000s. In that, every household that had a mobile set, a mobile phone, their incomes were on average 10% higher than a household that did not have a mobile phone. What happened? These guys will never harvest if you're harvesting matoke. You never harvest your matoke until you knew what the market price was. So once you know the market price, you can say, should I or should I not harvest? But somebody who had no access to a mobile phone and the market is like 40 miles away, you harvest in darkness with information asymmetry. You harvest on the day when the prices have gone south. You cannot harvest, find low prices, then you bring back the matoke. So you take the loss. But someone who had a phone was able to minimize that kind of information asymmetry. So these are the basic infrastructure that the government put in place. But the challenge remains, why are these guys still wallowing in poverty? And that's why I'm coming back to the Chevenings. You have an opportunity to make a change in the issue that I'm going to address later on. We have also noted that Uganda's health indicators have improved, including the reduction in child and maternal mortality, but challenges such as limited healthcare infrastructure, inadequate funding, and regional disparities in healthcare access remain. At that time, there was a lot of social media trending about the health conditions in Uganda. But you need to watch one thing about the diseases that we're talking about. The diseases that we're talking about were not these very basic things like malaria, waterborne diseases. So this is of lifestyle. How you go to Mlago, you don't find a machine working, what have you. Most of the things for this of lifestyle, where we also have to contribute. I don't know about the UK. When I was in the UK doing my postgraduate studies, I didn't see people working on so much, but when I spent 12 years in Washington, the level at which people were keeping themselves healthy, in terms of working out, in terms of watching what they eat, right? In terms of keeping fit, where age just becomes a number. But these guys are fit. You look at a 70-year-old guy looking like he's 40, 50, because they're keeping themselves fit. So that kind of information, how do you use that information to enrich or to improve the health of the population? There's a lot that you can do. Now that you've tackled the disease at the primary level, how do we tackle the disease of lifestyle? And that's where the money is. Take advantage of that. Okay? So we've tried to improve governance, transparency, and accountability. But the challenges of corruption, weak institutions, and limited citizen participation also persists. You've been out there. How do the systems address this? Of course, the issue of social media is very good in raising up some of the things, raising up issues of governance, transparency, and accountability. But what more can we do with that information? How can we use that information for the benefit of society? Then importantly, Uganda faces environmental challenges, including deforestation and degradation and climate change impacts. While conserving efforts, sustainable land management practices and renewable energy initiatives are being pursued. More action is needed to ensure environmental sustainability. As a nation, we've taken steps to promote social and financial inclusion, as well as gender equality, but disparities and discrimination persist. Efforts are needed to ensure equal access to opportunities, services, and resources for the marginalized groups, including women, youth, persons with disabilities, and rural communities. And as a small open economy, we are very vulnerable to external shocks, like the recent global economic turndowns, fluctuating commodity prices, and geopolitics. Moreover, the dependence on specific commodities for export revenue exposes us to price volatility, impacting growth and socioeconomic transformation. Last but not least, a rapidly growing population implies that urbanization will strain housing, sanitation, and transportation systems, exacerbating social and economic challenges. And the limited access to finance and credit, especially for small and medium-sized enterprises, hinders entrepreneurship and business growth. The lack of affordable credit, inadequate financial literacy, and a weak financial sector can constrain investments and economic diversification. So you might be saying, but you guys, you are talking to us like that. What are you yourself doing? Oh yes, it's a valid question. When I returned to the bank in 2020, all the things were the talk of the day. And the challenge was, how does Bank of Uganda become relevant to the population, relevant to society? So that's why the staff and the management of the bank, last year when we were crafting our strategy for the year 2022 to 2027, we said, hey guys, we've been at this game of price stability and the sound financial system. So what? So what if you have price stability? So what if you have a sound financial sector? Let's think beyond that. With all these issues that we have highlighted, what are we doing about it? So we thought, we brainstormed on how can we become more relevant to the country. So we then said, you know what? The mandate of the bank still remains price stability and making sure that when you wake up in the morning and you pass by your bank, you don't find a big placard closed. That thing has got to be open. So how do we make sure that we have a sound financial sector? Let's keep that. That is the bottom line. But let's go a step further. So we have made our vision to add to that in support of socio-economic transformation. So then we ask ourselves, so how does price stability and a sound financial system support socio-economic transformation? So we have to look for some strategic initiatives, because you see, there is the issue of contribution, the issue of attribution. Socio-economic transformation is multidimensional. So we cannot say that we are going to be responsible, or we're going to attribute socio-economic transformation to to Bank of Uganda. No, we are going to contribute. So that's why we say in support. So we're going to do our part, and we're going to expect the rest to do their part, including the Cheveners. What's your part in socio-economic transformation? For us in the Bank of Uganda, we are doing our part. And our part includes the following. One, all these issues that we have discussed, we have taken some strategic initiatives. And the first one is institutionalizing environmental, social, and governance standards, right? Not only in Bank of Uganda, but in the entire financial sector. Why are we talking about institutionalizing environmental and social governance standards? Let me just focus on governance. You know, if the financial institutions think that they're there to create value for their shareholders, you are not going to have a socially sustainable community. We need to change the narrative that financial institutions have to move out from thinking of creating value for shareholders to creating value for stakeholders. Stakeholders involves the bottom of the pyramid. It involves the small, micro, medium enterprises, and it involves the big corporate world. So how do they create value for the bottom of the pyramid, for the SMEs? They can create value by ensuring that these guys are financially included in their operations. So we are having serious conversations with the financial institutions, and we're making progress, actually significant progress, and we are going to require of them to show to what extent their balance sheets, for example, are catering for the bottom of the economic pyramid. How much have they extended financial support to the bottom of the pyramid? Okay. How much micro savings, micro lending, micro insurance have you been able to generate? You may not be able to reach the bottom of the pyramid as a financial institution, but we have plenty of fintechs that are emerging. How are you collaborating with the fintechs to wholesale your services, wholesale your credits, maybe to Momo Cash, all right? And then let Momo Cash that has the infrastructure to reach the guy in Nakapiripiri. By the way, how many of you know where Nakapiripiri is? You're sure? Okay, Nakapiripiri is somewhere in Karamoja, right? So how can we ensure that a guy in Nakapiripiri is benefiting from financial services? Look at the lady in the market who is vending matoke. When a lorry comes in the morning to offload matoke from Masaka, she says, yesterday I was able to sell 40 bunches of matoke, but the demand was about 50. How do I buy 50 bunches today? I don't have enough capital. How do I contact my Momo Cash to give me credits to buy additional 10 bunches of matoke? And then in the evening when I've sold, I'm able to repay. You need to know what's happening in that field. Lots of things are happening. These guys are touching the bottom of the pyramid. The small market vendors, the guys who are fabricating, these construction materials like in Katwe, bagula proving and what have you. These guys are touching those guys, touching them where they need them most, right? So in that way, you are creating a socially sustainable community, because the financial sector can only become sustainable if the community that they're serving in is sustainable. So we need to change that narrative. And then of course, there's the one about environment. There's little that we can do about environment, but we want to ensure that the portfolio of the financial institution to a large extent ensures environmental sustainability. How is your lending contributing to greening? Are you taking into account greening finance? Are you taking into account afforestation, smart agriculture? Now, the oil industry here is beginning to boom, right? So it makes every, there's a lot of profit now lending to activities in the oil production because the money is there. You need to look at the supply database, all right, from UNOC. All those activities, they are looking for credits. But these are areas that are going to increase carbon emission. So the conversation we're having with the banks, okay, fine, you've lent 500 billion shillings to all these guys who are going to support oil production and thereby increasing carbon emission to the atmosphere. Can we see from your balance sheet what lending you have extended to carbon absorbing activities, so that we are looking at a net zero carbon emission? That's one way that it can contribute to environmental sustainability. Remember, 70% of our population lives in the rural areas, it is engaged in agriculture, and agriculture is weather prone, is rain fed. So if we do not preserve the environment, the vulnerability of these guys to poverty as a result of the fluctuating agricultural output and therefore their incomes, these guys will never get out of poverty. So one way to secure the livelihoods of these guys is to make sure that they are operating in an environmentally sustainable world. So we want to ensure that the financial sector itself is contributing to that. But that's not the end of the story. Other anchors have got to come in. The government has got to come in, the NGOs have got to come in, the Cheveners have got to come in. How are you coming in these areas, right? When I was coming, I was saying about climate change in the UN. These are the areas that are going to drive the future, right? How are we ensuring that there's sustainability in terms of environment? Then the initiative that we're trying to promote is fintechs. Technology has raided the financial sector. And if we as a central bank, if you as Cheveners do not contribute to ensuring that this technology that's raiding the financial sector is sustainable and is safe, then we're doomed. Look at the level of frauds, cyber frauds taking place. These days you have to watch your cars, you have to watch your phone. I mean, they are graduates there of of IT and what have you, whose job is to wake up in the morning and think of the next route. Oh yes, it is a serious business. These guys who are doing cyber fraud, they are well educated. These are smart brains. So the issue is, how do you counter those? How do you come with tools, products to ensure cyber security for the system, right? Because we know that this fintech, technology in the financial sector is the way to go, right? So we are also focusing a lot of emphasis on that. And then this whole aspect of data that's being generated through this technology invading on areas. We are now challenged that should we continue conducting surveys? You know, when you do a survey, you are getting historical information. But as a central bank, you need to be on top of things. You need to have real-time data. So we are thinking of moving out from the surveys into the use of big data to support our monetary and financial sector formulation, and also assess the impact of our policies. And to be able to do that, we need to create skills. We need skills that are good in data analytics. We need data scientists. And we are going to take it an edge further, artificial intelligence and machine learning. This is where we are going to go. This is where we're headed. So my question to you, the Chevenians, how well prepared are you for the data revolution? The fourth industrial revolution is going to change the way things are done. And that's where the world is going. So as Chevenians, what is your contribution in this field? And actually, to be serious with you, because of the change division, we realize that the kind of skill set we need now is not the one that we've had in the past. So as a result, we've had to do what we call organizational structure re-engineering. You re-engineer the structure to address the issues that you're faced with. So therefore, you have to identify what skills do you want to achieve on this in the context of the changed world. So I think, Chevenians, you have the basic things, you have the foundation, but you can still build on that foundation to ensure that you have the relevant skills that are going to talk to the issues that are meaningful for socioeconomic transformation. It's no longer business as usual. If you're going to talk about business as usual, you're going to be left behind. The world is moving very, very fast. There are many emerging issues that if we are not adaptable, if we are not versatile, we are going to be left behind. So my challenge to you, Chevenians, is how adaptable, how versatile are you? You have what it takes. So what are you doing to build on that, to be able to adapt, to be able to be versatile and speak to the issues that are affecting your society? I could go on and on, but let me leave it there. So Chevenians, addressing these challenges will bring us closer to achieving the Vision 2040, which I talked about earlier on, but it will take comprehensive and integrated approach with the commitment by the government, support of the private sector, harnessing partnerships with development partners like the UK, and the participation of the people. So I want to believe that Chevenians are uniquely positioned to drive our national transformation, not least because to those whom a lot has been given, a lot is expected. It goes back to my very first quotation before I addressed you in Luke chapter 12, verse 48. For everyone who has given more, much more will be demanded. To everyone who has been entrusted more, much more will be asked. So Chevenians, that's what we are asking of you. So Carpe Diem, this is the day. I thank you all for listening to me, and God bless you.
Very much, Dr. Antino. The purpose of us standing up was to do exercise. we were seated for too long, and I'm glad that it's something that you can actually address lifestyle. So we need to do a little bit of exercise. Anyway, thank you so much. We are very, very humbled and privileged, and we are grateful for that insightful presentation. Your sharing has set me thinking what my contribution is to social economic development to my country, especially after my master's degree in corporate governance and international business ethics. And I've been thinking about focusing on the bottom of the pyramid, which for me has just blown me away. Because many times we are thinking that, what can we do big? How can we influence policy? But what are you doing, for the stakeholders, not the shareholders? I love that. I love that. We are privileged to have a wealth of experience and knowledge from you. And would like to take this opportunity to tap into this wisdom for the little time that you're here through our question and answer. I'm going to allow only 3 questions, and because we have only 10 minutes for this, then we can let our keynote speaker go for further engagements. That's great. Anybody with any questions? I'm sure, yes, Elvis has a question for our Deputy Governor.
Thank you very much, Dr. Michael, for the presentation. My name is Elvis Mexico, also Chevening, recent cohort. You talked about having a tailored solution, re-engineering, knowing where we put our skills, because today is not the new normal. Today is different. We have to change our approach. I reminded me of my interview when I was taking my interview for the Chevening Scholarship, and Helen asked me what will I do as Elvis when I come back, because I did the master's in concentration for development. And I told her this when I'm doing this course is to have a tailored solution. Talked about people going to the UK, just like the previous Prime Minister of Singapore, going to the UK and learning courses which are not going to be helpful to resolve the economy here in Uganda. And I went and did a specific course, water and sanitation for development. It's only in one university in the UK, and that's in Cranfield University. And this gave me a full understanding on how development basically happens in Uganda or in the global south. And how, and one of my projects was talking about addressing failed wash projects in Africa, addressing failed water sanitation projects in Africa. Because that's, research shows that only 60% of the WASH projects done are only functional. The other 40 are always failing before the design period is done. So this also leads me to ask the question of having tailored solutions. I was able to do some research in India, whereby the government did an approach whereby they have a CSR act against any institution or any financial institution or any company, given a certain threshold on their annual returns. They have to have CSR projects. And these are specifically guided towards water and sanitation, semi-arid areas, or having financial training, or having mechanized agriculture to the bottom half, and also looking at finding a tailored solution. An example, I'm well aware of the Eastern region and how it's impoverished. If you go to Mayuge more specifically, they are carrying out sugarcane plantation. But someone has 1 acre of land and they want to do sugarcane plantation. How much money do they get from that 1 acre? And over the years, they basically studied only to sugarcanes. So they're still impoverished and they don't get enough money from this 1 acre. So this could have been a copy and paste from someone who has 20 acres or 100 acres, but they can grow sugarcane, but then they copied and pasted into that 1 acre, which is not helping them out of poverty. So looking at how the Bank of Uganda can basically help also address those issues or take it to policy level or act level, whereby it can have a tailored solution for each specific individual. If you have 1 acre, then you probably go tomatoes. If you have 20 acres, then you could probably try other form of agriculture.
Thank you very much, Elvis. That was quite lengthy. I'm going to allow 2 more questions and one from our online, audience. So let's be brief.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. My name is Faith Edigold. I work with the Petroleum Authority of Uganda. I was happy to hear you speak about the energy industry. But my question is largely about the challenge that you've placed before us in regards to making an impact. And since we're in the Bible mood today, I'll start my question with a verse. Matthew chapter 26, verse 40 says, the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. But now I want to change it a bit and say, the spirit is willing, but the pocket is weak. So, how do you unlock financing so that Arnold over here is able to produce the medicine that you're challenging him to produce? Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. One more question.
Thank you, Dr. Michael. My name is Diana Nasikia. I'm a medical doctor, so you will forgive me if my times are off point, but my question is, does the Bank of Uganda use these economic projections for the country and how the country can improve to inform education policy and strategy? Because we are looking at UK-based education, but I'm wondering if our education inside the country is relevant. Does it address the direction we need to go as a country? And so do these economic projections fit into the bigger education strategy of the country?
Great. Okay. Should we take all the questions once and then have them answered? Okay, just 2 more questions. In the interest of time, we should not be brief.
Well, Silva Francis Owen is my name. I am a person with a disability. I'm blind. I was fortunate to go to Leeds, and I studied technology and studied disabilities. What am I doing? I came back and started a facility for persons with disabilities. It's called SMILE, because usually people with disabilities are miserable. So when you come, it's called SMILE. That's where it's located. Where they have not, the least of society are found, and they are disabled, they have life. This is the fourth revolution which is coming, artificial intelligence. And science is almost a no-go zone for a blind person. But can we see? No. So in that small setting of mind, I am teaching the blind to access electronic environment using the sense of touch. However, the equipment is too expensive. The computer alone, fixing it, was $60,000 mine. How can a blind person, how can a blind child, like the little ones I have in the local settings where I have established a school, you can check it. It is called SMILE. It is on Google. You can write my name, Silva Francis, or when you Silva Francis, or when you Google, you'll find it. And my small organization is called silvakidsuganda.org. I also have a web page at www.vcaya.org. I have convinced friends from USA to come and help me. Friends from CAAU University are coming, but what is the Bank of Uganda going to do as we wait for USA? Thank you.
Wow. We want to make the change. So I believe those are honest concerns that everyone is sharing. Yes, Brian.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Governor. My name is Alan Brian Sembaje. I'm the outgoing vice chairperson of this association. And my question really was triggered by Faith's question. I happen to work in the business sector. I'm an entrepreneur. I'm doing the fintechs that you have been talking about and pushing technology to the stakeholders, like Janet called them. One of the biggest challenges that I've faced as a startup has been around finance. And we are not talking just finance, we are talking patient finance. So of course, commercial banks can give you loans. The UDBs will run you around and you struggle to get a loan because they want a security. I have a suggestion. And now that you are in the room, and this is the good thing of having the people with the money in the room, but also who control the regulation. I've been proposing this to some of the commercial banks. Some of them are my OBs, some of them I know them in a way, and they are MDs. I've been telling them, why don't you put aside every year about $100,000? $50,000 goes into CSR every year for some of these banks, even more. And I was telling them, why don't you put aside $100,000? And if we have 20 banks, that comes to around $2 million. And $2 million is just to push into the startup sector. What you're really doing is that you're bolstering businesses, which in future are going to be your customers. And of course, the saying is, what they tell me is, who will regulate that? Who will manage that? Where is the risk and all this? So I'm putting it before you as a suggestion that is there a way the Bank of Uganda can be at the top of pushing an initiative of this. Of course, the NSSFs are doing well with High Innovator, Sandy has an incubator. Those are good initiatives, but they're just a drop in the ocean. So my suggestion is that can BOU, it's a suggestion that's also a question, can BOU sort of set the trend either by starting an initiative of that kind, or push the commercial banks, or push maybe is the wrong word, kind of cajole them, bring them to the table and say, can we have an initiative like this? As BOU, we are willing to put maybe $200,000 for starters and then they top up. The goal is that for the fintechs to actually be able to push the agenda, they need this money, but they're also too risky. So we admit that they are risky, but we need to take the risk if our business is going to be pushed by technology. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you very much for all those questions. We would like to give, ask one more question.
Thank you very much. I'll be very brief. Deputy Governor and also Acting Governor. My name is Mugunga Emmanuel Freddy, Under Secretary Minister of Water and Environment. And I'm asking this question, not asking you, asking Bank of Uganda, who you are representing now. I'm asking as Mugunga, not Under Secretary in Government. Out there. And you also mentioned what can we do. A number of children here were once employed in local banks. But people keep saying that as Bank of Uganda, you don't want to see the growth of these indigenous banks, you instead see the bigger ones only, which are even foreign. How do we grow the capital base by those who are here and are going to help provide the necessary capital? I hope I haven't been off tangent or direct.
Okay, thank you very much. And as our Deputy Governor comes to answer these questions, we would like to bring to your attention that one of the Cheveners, Engineer Raymond Ariho, was among the people that actually sorted the water hyacinth issue that you were talking about. This is where you say, yes. So we are doing what we can, and I believe that the questions that every one of us here has asked are honest because they want to make the positive difference that we want to see in this country. So you're welcome to answer the questions.
This is between me and her. So, Chevening, thank you so much for this very, very important question. Really, really very important question. There are no answers to it, but you know, I was reading in the book of Ecclesiastes that you know, if you try to do things alone, you will not succeed. But if you do it with somebody else, you're likely to be more resistant. And better still, if you do it when you're three, right? You don't need to keep talking. So I think, listening to all these issues here, I think the need for us to work together is very, very important, because Bank of Uganda cannot have the solutions. You can have a solution, but for us to have the solution, we need to work together. Okay? Elvis, thank you so much for your question. And when Emmanuel introduced himself as the Undersecretary of Minister of Water, I thought you were going to respond to Elvis. You chose to diverse and talk about local banks. But I will also ask you to speak to Elvis' question. Okay. But Elvis, you're right. Tailored solutions and everything. I think these are some of the key areas that we are talking about. And water is critical if we are going to address the needs of the bottom of the pyramid. Not only water for consumption, but even water for agricultural output, for the animals, but above all, conserving water. And how do you make the best use of water? Right now, we're talking about irrigation and everything, but you can't talk about irrigation when people have invaded the swamps and everything. Okay? So your aspects are really critical. These are the policy issues that are affecting government. You know, I was doing outreach in Soroti about 2 weeks ago, and I talked about the aspect of conserving water by people moving out of the swamps. And one guy asked me a question. You know what? We fully appreciate what government is doing. This was an LC1 chairman. He said, I told my locals to get out of the swamps. We all got out of the swamps. But the following day, somebody came with a land title to take the very swamp and ask these guys to move out of. And he was an investor. Then he asked me, how do you expect me next time to tell my people to move out of the swamp? Because they'll say, oh, you want us to move out of the swamp so that somebody comes with a land title. So it's a very complicated issue. And I think, Emmanuel, you need to help us. Okay. But I agree with you that this needs to be focused. And like I said earlier on, in terms of social sustainability, in terms of environment, we are having conversations with the financial institutions, right? And we will want to see from their lending portfolio, even from their corporate social responsibility, to what extent are they getting to address the issues of environment and social sustainability, right? Because things, you know, every financial institution has its own policy on CSR. So we do not know, we do not dictate to them what they should do, but we are going to help them to show the extent to which they are meeting the issues of environmental and social sustainability. And maybe from there, they might have a rethink about their CSR as one of the ways of meeting the goals that we're going to give them. So that's really the best I can say, but your points are well taken, that we need proper water management systems, particularly in the rural areas, where the bulk of the population is relying on water for their livelihoods, consumption, and agricultural practices. Once you don't give them sufficient water, they're done. So I agree with you. That's a conversation. It is a multidimensional, it is a multi-stakeholder approach. It's not only one institution that can do it. So I would hope that the Minister of Water and Natural Resources champions discussion in order to ensure available water supply in the areas. Faith. The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. No, it might be 26:40. But faith, you decided to change it to the spirit is willing, but the pocket is weak. So your issue is about unlocking finance, and I think that is the very topic that Alan Bryan, was Alan Bryan? Yes. Talks to. You know, this issue of patient capital, I told you about the population explosion. If you look at the demographics today, these demographics are either a dividend or they're a curse, depending on how you harness these demographics. And I want to believe that if we empower the youth today, it's going to be a very big dividend for us going forward. But if we don't empower the youth, it's going to be a curse for us tomorrow. So we need to have a conversation. How best can we take advantage of the current demographics? And Alan Bryan, you put it really spot on, that some of these fintechs, some of the applications are the best way to employ the youth. But it also starts by us rethinking of the kind of syllabus. Before we even talk about our finances, the kind of syllabus that we have today. There are many countries that have begun to specialize on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And as a result, they have created the capacity among the young people to break into this area of fintechs, to develop applications, to be able to look at what is this fourth industrial revolution all about? How can I tap into it? I believe there's what we call venture capital finance. I know it's still lacking in this country, but it is a growth area. I want to believe that if you have a very good plan, you cannot fail to get someone to fund you. Yes, you talk about stamping and UDB. It is something that can be rolled out. We can have a conversation with the banks to see how they can support it. Because I know that, I listen to some of these innovation programs on TV, right? How a medical student comes together with an engineering student, right? To get an app to test malaria right in the rural areas, okay? And you just use your phone for getting the results. So the question is, how can we roll that one out at a small fee? This is where the financial institutions can come in. And I really want to believe that something can be worked on in that area. But again, I don't claim to have a monopoly of ideas. So I think what I'm going to do for you, Alan Bryan, we need to have a discussion on this outside this room. And Formula, would that make you my assistant? Formula, would that make you my assistant? Can you ensure that I have a talk with Alan Bryan?
He will ensure.
Silver Francis Onyu, thank you so much for the passion of what you're doing. For the very vulnerable, the forgotten in society. All right. It reminds me of a verse in the Bible where Jesus said, on the day of judgment, he will say, you know what? Get away from me. When I was in prison, you didn't come to see me. When I needed a cup of water, you gave it to me. When I was completely forgotten, you remembered me. And then they asked them, but Master, when did we do that? He said, whatever you do to these little ones for me, you are doing it for me. So, Silver Francis, I want to encourage you. Continue doing what you're doing. You may not get your reward here, but I think you'll get your reward in eternity. But having said that, we are living in the flesh. We are living in the physical. You need to be assisted now without waiting for eternity. Okay? Now, I know you're getting some friends from the US and everything. And you said, what can we do for you now? You see, Bank of Uganda's administration does not have a specific policy, right, on how to deal with these sectoral issues, because we're looking at things at a national level. We're looking at inflation. Inflation affects everybody. All right, so we're looking at that. We're looking at financial stability. Tomorrow, if a bank closes, it doesn't matter whether you are MTN or you are blind, you are physically handicapped, it has affected you. So that's what we're looking at. But the only way, of course, that we can try to look into you in a small way is through our corporate social responsibility. So, I want you to write to me and get something modest, and I will try to see how to consider what help to give you. Diana, projections and education. I was trying to conceptualize what is this projections and education. I think all I can do for you, really, I mean, because we do macroeconomic projections. How is the economy going to grow? Where are prices going to evolve? Which are the areas that are going to drive price developments? Ubos produces statistics, all right, aggregated into all kinds of things: food crop, energy prices, educational services, and what have you. And whenever time inflation numbers are released, as a Bank of Uganda, we are very much interested in finding out what is responsible for the change in the inflation. And to what extent can we address that? So I'll tell you, why inflation? Why inflation? First of all, remember that we are faced with so many challenges. One, COVID-19. That was in 2020 and 2021. Then, as we thought that we were coming out of COVID-19, we had the Russia-Ukraine crisis. But before the Russia-Ukraine crisis, if you look at the inflation numbers very, very carefully, inflation peaked from about 2% in December 2021. It peaked to about 2.7% in January 2022. And we were very much interested, what are the drivers of this inflation? And you will be amazed that it was the educational sector that drove the inflation in January 2022. And why? Uganda had the longest lockdown of schools in the entire world. In the entire world, we had the longest lockdown of schools. So what happened was that all the producers, most of the producers, if I may say, of scholastic materials and everything were put out of production because nobody knew when the schools were going to be reopened. It was only in December 2021 when His Excellency announced the reopening of the schools in January. So the capacity of the suppliers of scholastic materials to respond to that was constrained. So what did we see? There was a sharp increase in the prices of scholastic materials and the education services, and as a result, services sector inflation was the highest across all the sectors. and therefore affected headline inflation, which moved from about 2.1 in December 2021 to about 2.7 in January 2022. And it continues to affect inflation. Now, like every time the school term is opening, I get worried about my inflation numbers. That to what extent are these private schools again hike the school fees? Okay? Because it's going to affect my inflation, and it affects my inflation considerably. It means I have to raise the central bank rate. Okay? So you ask the question, so how do these projections affect the education sector? The projection right now are that we think inflation that has come down to 8% year-on-year for all the items, and 7.6 for the non-volatile items like food crops, energy, and what have you. It's going to come down to 5% by the end of the year. Okay? And unfortunately for the schools, if you look at the food crop inflation, it has remained stubbornly high. While the headline inflation is at 8%, food crop inflation year-on-year is still at about 25%. Now, picture the schools, right? They have to buy posho, they have to buy beans, they have to buy groundnuts. These are all part of the food crop inflation. So it means that food crop inflation that has been in the 20s, in fact, it has been in the 20s, close to 29.6 in November. But it's been in the 20s for a very long time, and it's coming down slowly. We thought that with the rains and everything, and the good food harvest, that the food crop inflation will come down. But it is stubbornly high, it remains stubbornly high, which means that the cost of educational services is very unlikely to come down as long as the food crop inflation. And of course, again, because of government policy, there's no way that you can ensure that it comes down. What would happen in some countries, there would be export bans, because they're the ones who are supplying the entire region. I was in Washington recently for these free meetings, and the governor of the Central Bank was blaming Uganda for inflation. Someone said, what has Uganda got to do with inflation? He said, because the food crop inflation in Uganda is high, so I'm importing inflation from Uganda, because all the food in South Africa is coming from Uganda. Okay, so that is the problem, right? So that's how those projections are finished. And of course, also government policy of no subsidies and corrected so, and then a full pass-through. Remember last year we had an extended drought, and we fully allowed those prices to go. If you recall, during the period June to August, the exchange rate almost hit 3,900. So it means that all the imported prices, all the imported items were affected by the exchange rate. But we have to allow it to fully pass through to the final prices. Okay? When the prices of fuel went up in February, March, the liter of petrol that was 3,800 towards the end of February 2022, almost hit 7,000 by the time we were in August. So it all passed through, and that had a big impact in the entire pricing structure. So all these kinds of things affect the pricing of education. Right now, the question is: are the parents able to afford the adjusted fees that is taking care of all this? So you need to use the conditions. By how much do I raise my school fees? And is there demand at that higher rate? How much do I absorb? So that's really how I can answer your question. Otherwise, I don't have a specific sector policy. I'm only using the macro thing. I guess I have addressed all the questions. I don't know whose question I've left out. Oh, Emmanuel, you didn't address your question. Now you want me to address your
I will after.
Emmanuel, there is no policy against local banks. The only policy we have is capital. For example, right now, the Ministry of Finance signed the strategic instrument dated December since 2022, raising the minimum paid-up capital from 25 billion to 120 by December 2022 and 150 billion by June 2024. And it didn't say that local banks should participate. It just said we raise the capital. Now ask yourself the question, what is the capacity of the local banks to raise the capital? But at the same time, we're not going to be dragged down by local banks because the risks in the financial sector have increased. This capital was last revised in 2010. The economy has grown by multiple times since then. So you cannot have the same capital when the economy has grown multiple times. Look at the oil industry today. Look at the demand of the oil industry. These guys are talking billions of dollars. They're talking hundreds, millions of dollars. And with the paid-up capital of 25 billion, you have risk-weighted assets. You're not even touching their needs. So they want a strong banking sector that can talk to the needs of the economy. Just imagine now with 120 billion. A number of banks can really shape the demand requirements for the oil and the gas sector because their risk-weighted assets cannot be accommodated by that expanded capital. Look at the operational risk, look at the cyber risks, look at the risk with the non-performing loans. You cannot do business with a capital of 25 billion. So we've adjusted capital to 120 and 150 billion to take into account the growth in the economy and then the level of risks, the operational risks that the country is facing to deal with all those risks. So it is unfortunate that if the local banks cannot meet that risk, they are not being chased out of financial intermediation. They can go to tier 2, they can go to tier 3. You have the micro deposit institution. Yeah, so maybe that's where your capital allows you to go. I will tell you that there are some banks that are doing very, very well in those tiers. Take, for example, Pride Microfinance Limited. Doing a great job serving the bottom of the pyramid as a tier 3 institution. So you don't have to be a tier 1 to serve the needs of it. You can grow from tier. Look at the bank. They're not a big local bank, but because I've identified the niche of serving the small, medium enterprises, that's the money. So there's no policy available for local banks. It's just a capital. It's like someone said, the three is win, the pocket is win. So I think I've answered all the questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael. I hope I've got it right this time. Oh, wow, such humility, great words of wisdom. And I'm so excited because if each and every one of us can take just one point and act on it, we can make the difference that we want to see in this country. I just want to wrap up what Michael has shared, since we are in the spirit of quotes, and he also loves Lee Kuan Yew like I do. Lee Kuan Yew once said that a nation is great, not by its size alone. It is the will, the cohesion, the stamina, the discipline of its people, the quality of their leaders, which ensure it an honorable place of history. So with all the things that you have shared, I would like to invite Mr. Ronald Lutaya to move a vote of thanks to Michael. Let's give Ronald a big round of applause.
Thank you, Janet. That's quite powerful. It's as if I'm going to give a keynote speak myself. My name is Ronald Luther. On behalf of all the chief leaders, Dr. Michael Ntingego, we cannot thank you enough for, first of all, sparing time, coming here and sharing insightful knowledge for us. I myself was challenged with that little phrase, value for the shareholders versus value for the stakeholders. Because I'm an engineer with the Karuma and Isimba power plants. So for the shareholders, I believe I'm doing something. But now you've challenged me to think about what I'm really doing for the stakeholders. Furthermore, what we'd like to really thank you for as well is make us think about what's next, the industrial revolution. Well, my course is quite ordinary, the electrical engineering one. So I'm wondering, now what next? Because you've said it's not business as usual. Actually, my heart skipped a bit there. I have some homework to do. But thank you for, giving us something to think about. And what I can't really thank you for enough is the opportunities or the small meetings you've granted, the people in here. You made the AGM. You made the AGM kind of feel like we're in Davos, in the World Economic Forum, where the top people in the private meet the policymakers. Thank you very much. You can't thank you enough. And I would like everyone to give a big round of applause.
Ronald, for representing us so well. That is what Chevening is all about. And just before I invite Helen to hand over a special gift to Michael, I would like to let you know, Michael, that we have quite a number of well-trained citizens that have received British education. And there's one particularly in cybersecurity. And this is something that you highlighted and it came through. This is a gentleman called Rodney Hood Ariko, a master's in cybersecurity. So there's so much talent here. We need to reach out to people like you, and thank you for giving us an opportunity to share with you freely, because then we feel like we are being heard, we are being given spaces so that we can be able to also showcase what it is that we can do. I'll make my private appointment later. I know I will not be bounced from the central bank. At least they'll remember the MC. I hope that has been done. Yes. I got no hope. What's happening? Great. I'm using my chance. So Helen, I would like to invite you to come and present a special gift to Michael.
Thank you, Janet. I want to thank you, Michael, as well, for the good engagement you've had with us. What value? I mean, those are the networks we talk about. Getting you, as Pumla said, not an everyday thing, but getting you in a week. We actually contacted him a week ago. So getting you within a week, and then giving us 2 hours of engagement, and then giving us appointments for prospective Chevening. So then from those appointments, getting people again positioning themselves. What better thing could we ask for? So we are privileged as Cheveners to have you with us today. And I would like on behalf of the executive committee and of the association to thank you. This is a small token of thanks that we managed to get together, but more will come. So we'll make an appointment to come and see you with more. And please come again and talk to us again. Thank you very much. I'm a Rotarian, and in Rotary we sing for good people. So I ask you to stand, and we think he's a jolly good fellow. But my voice is not so good. The rest of Janet can lead us. For he is a jolly good fellow.
fellow, he's a jolly good fellow, and no one can deny. Wow. Wow. Thank you very much. Before my colleagues would like to have a photo moment with him, and unfortunately, all of us cannot be in that photo. I'd just like to invite a few people.
Why can't we?
Okay, we can all fit. Yeah, but allow me to ask I have a list. Then the rest will fit somewhere. You know, water finds its level. Yes, we are all going to be. We are going to be there. So we would like to invite Michael, would like to invite the representative of the British High Commissioner. You're very welcome. We would like to invite the outgoing executive committee. Please come. We would like to invite Umla. Yes. And then if you feel you can fit somewhere, please come. I think we can all fit. Yes, we can. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's do this. Let's first have the people that are called, then we have the rest of us. So this is the first group. We are having the outgoing executive and the first executive. Okay, so this is the first group. Great. Oh wow. Are we done? Yes. Great. So
Now the rest of us.
yes. Now the whole group can come. Let's find some Okay, we are supposed to smile.
I'm in the crop area.
Oh wow. Thank you very much. Silva is going to have a special choreograph with the two guests that we have. Silva, please come for the photo. The ones who ask the questions, please come for a special photo moment. All those who ask the questions, I think the MC should. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, can we call the house to order? Can I kindly call the house to order? Because we are going to have a very, very special moment. The reason we are all here and we are part of this Chevening community. Great, thank you. I would like to recognize in a very, very, very special way the head of development, stroke director at the British High Commission. This is a gentleman who has represented the British High Commissioner today. And we are privileged because we are part of this Chevening community because of people like him. And there is no better person to have in this room this afternoon than Mr. Philip Smith. Let's give him a big round of applause. Very, very welcome, and we are very honored and humbled to have you spend this time with us. And just before I invite Tina to introduce him officially to us, I would like to give an opportunity to 2 or 3 people who came in who did not share their, they didn't share their names, their cohorts, what you're doing right now, and which university you attended. So we have only 2 minutes for that because we would like to continue with our program.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fiona Pio, cohort 2019. I went to the University of Essex and did international human rights law. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I'm called Inifio Delgari. I went to the University of Manchester, cohort 2018, and I'm currently a senior manager risk and compliance at an NGO called Director.
My name is Billy Otungayo. I'm in cohort 2018 and I went to Reading University where I studied my communication.
Wow, thank you very much. The energy up. We started off on a very good note. Let's keep the energy up because we have a lot that is coming in store. So thank you so much. Oh, one more person. Sorry, Emma.
I was hiding. Hello, everyone. I'm Emmanuel Olad. I'm a medical doctor by profession. I belong to the cohort of 2020 with silver here. Legends. Yes, and currently I work at the Clinton Health Access Initiative as an associate with hepatitis and child health.
Great, thank you very much. So we would like to welcome Tina, our Chevening officer, to come and introduce to us our guest. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Good afternoon, Sheilas. It's my honor to invite the Development Director of the British High Commission, Philip Smith, to make his remarks on behalf of the British High Commissioner, Kate Erie. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, in fact. Ladies and gentlemen, Cheveners, it's great to see you all Thank you for the welcome. Our High Commissioner sends her apologies. Kate, I know that she's been heavily involved with the association in previous AGMs. She's away this weekend, so she asked me to step in, and it's inspiring actually to walk into a room on a Saturday morning and hear people talking about really big issues. So I'm glad it's me. I'm glad to be here to interact with you all at your AGM. So I'll just say a few words, and it's a bit of a gear change from the last speaker, but let me first congratulate the association for everything that you've achieved in the last year. I know you've worked tirelessly to complete your strategic plan that will provide a great reference point for the new leadership to follow in steering the association over the next 3 years. I'm aware that you submitted 2 CAPF bids this year, one focused on climate change and the other on supporting the refugee community. It's fantastic to hear that. You know, these are the themes that are very important to us in our development work in the British High Commission. So I really hope that you are successful at both those bids and do count on the High Commission to support you in these projects. Also noteworthy are the fundraising drives for both the 2021 projects on inclusive education and livelihoods for the refugee community in Kampala. So I want to say thank you to those of you who participated in the focus groups discussions that we held recently at the British High Commission to gather your views on our country business plan and our priorities for the UK's support here in Uganda. Your opinions do matter to us, and the themes that you've been talking about this morning resonate with the conversations that we have in the High Commission. We've acted upon some of the things that you've raised, said to reframe our direction in Uganda, and you'll see that plan very shortly. I also want to thank you for the support that you've given us during the Chevening interviews. I understand that some of you are mentoring future scholars on the new intake. This really helps to hone the brightest and sharpest minds in Uganda to benefit from the Chevening scholarship and to attain quality education in the UK. I also want to thank Prudential Uganda for the continued support and confidence in the Chevening Scholarship Programme, helping to raise our allocation, but more importantly, supporting the development of individuals in the finance and the economic sectors, an area that needs a lot of attention. So thank you. And I encourage the Cheveners here to help us to attract more partners so that we can see more Ugandans going to the UK and making a difference to Uganda's future. I want to congratulate the incoming leadership of the association. Do reach out to us when you need our support, and thanks to the outgoing leadership, and our congratulations on your many achievements. Let me thank Tina as well for her support as the Chevening officer and supporting the association. We're very grateful for Tina and hope she is a good asset. So, Cheveners, this is a big year for Chevening. Chevening will mark 40 years of scholarships, and this is a real opportunity for you to highlight the impact of the programme on your lives, on your communities, and on your country. And we look forward to celebrating the milestones with you and celebrating more successes of this programme in the future. And just as I was coming in, I read the news on Twitter that the 20th world leader who was a Chevener has just been appointed president of Montenegro. So you are amongst of real talent across the scheme. So let me just conclude by saying that as a long-standing friend of Uganda, the UK continues to deepen the partnership and the people-to-people relationships between our two countries. The Chevening programme is one of our strongest demonstrations, actually, of that enduring partnership. It is the great British brand. We make sure we have all the photos in front of the brand, but it's a great British brand. And it's as British, I feel, as the English Premier League. It's as British as James Bond. Chevening is as strong a brand as Harry Potter and as strong as fish and chips. So on that note, thank you all and enjoy the rest of your conversations today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Philip Smith, for that brief and very, very insightful communication and remarks. And thank you for representing the British High Commissioner. And we are very, very grateful for the work that you're doing, especially in our lives as some of the beneficiaries from the Chevening Scholarship. Thank you once again. At this point, we would like to invite one of our sponsors, people who are coming in to partner with the British High Commission and the Chevening office to make sure that they make our dreams come true. And we are privileged because we have representatives from Prudential, and they are going to make their presentation and then have an official handover of the check and everything that they've prepared for us. So let's give them a big round of applause. Oh, okay. So Tina, I would like to invite you to come and do the handover first, just before we hear from the Prudential team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Janet. As Janet mentioned, and as Philip mentioned, we're really grateful to Prudential Uganda for the continued support to the Chevening Scholarship Program. This is the second year in a row that they'll be supporting at least one Chevening scholar from Uganda whose interest is in finance or economics to go and study their masters in the UK. But further to that, they have come and supported the Alumni Association through the project, which I'm sure Helen touched on, and I'm sure you heard Philip as well. They expressed interest in the Inclusive Education Project early last year and committed 10 million Uganda shillings towards inclusive education. So it's my honor to invite Grace Ahmed, the marketing manager from Prudential, to hand over the dummy check of 10 million to the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda. Thank you. Let's give Prudential a huge round of applause. Can we have the project people there? Yes. Please. Excellent, excellent. Prudential, we really appreciate you. Thank you for everything and all the support to the association. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, we have one more person needed in the photo. Philip, please join the photo. Okay.
You can't be sad. That's it. That's it. Yeah.
Excellent, 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 excellent. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Prudential, for that commitment to supporting inclusive education. One of the bits that the Chevening alumni are running with at the moment. And I understand that the Prudential team have a few words as well. So it's really an honor to invite one of the officials to say a few things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give it a little hand clap. Okay. My name is Chisozi Muhammad. I thought today it have been a lot of verses, and also I'll begin with a verse. Proverbs, if you have the Bible next to you, you can read it for us. Proverbs 13:22. Proverbs 13:22. Anyone? Who's there? Yes. Proverbs 13:22. Yes.
Proverbs 13:22. A good man Proverbs 13:22 from the Amplified Version. A good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children, and the wealth of the sinner is stored up for the hands of the righteous.
Thank you. Let's give it a hand. A good man leaves inheritance for his children, not even your children. Not even what? For your children. And Prudential today, in everything that we do, even our involvement and choosing to sponsor the children in society is towards helping people and family create a legacy when they are still alive. I know we are very successful individuals here. At least I didn't see anyone saying it, bachelors. I've had masters and what? And PhDs. But the question is, as we go through life, plan, hustle every other day, the deputy governor said, looking at this, not only the shareholders, but stakeholders. And stakeholders, I would say, in this case, part of those are our families. Not just the immediate family, but every single family, every single member that we take care of in our societies. You know, we've met very successful people. And sometimes, most of us, we are not able to live after we've gone. And when I say live, that there is something they can talk about you. I get the point. Even our own families, the day we are no more, they have no life. So you set a very big standard. Your kids can go to a very good school. You can afford to pay 2 million, 3 million, 5 million. You can actually afford to pay in dollars. The question is, do you ever think about the life in the event we are not there, the life of those people whom you're spending on 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million today when you can afford it? Okay? So we have a number of things that I want to share in a few minutes that I have. One, our focus as Prudential is on education. And I'm happy to be standing in front of people who are academia, who have really taken it to another level. But the question is, if you had a chance to even study and finish bachelor's and even get a scholarship and do a PhD or a master's, I do have a guarantee that those that come before you will have even the chance to reach the master's level. What guarantee is that? Have you set that guarantee? So as a Prudential, that's where we come in. If you look at behind there, we have something called the Pro EduSave, an educational plan that guarantees the future of your loved ones, your children. That today, my child goes to a school where I'm paying 2 million, and I can afford, because I have a good job, I get a good salary. But what if, as I leave this place today, I don't manage to reach home? Will they get the 2 million next time? And will they be able to finish this year without becoming beggars? And when I say beggars, in simple terms, I'm saying, you know, when we pass away, people are saying now, this one, I think the uncle contributes 500, when the other aunt contributes 200, just to maintain the what? The standard. That is one. Secondly, have we started thinking about retirement? I know we may be having a few investments we are making here and there, and most of us, the elites, we are very good at investing in real estate. Either you buy land or you contract in rentals, which is very good. But let's say tomorrow you have a medical issue. A medical issue and you need 250 million. There is someone here who has somewhere to run and pick 250 million to run to do a medical surgery in case there's an issue. Like you just have to run somewhere and get that money. And not selling property, not doing mobilization and fundraising. You just wake up and say, tomorrow you need to go for a surgery, you can run somewhere, get 250 million shillings and run for a surgery. Okay, who has that potential here? And that's when we come in as Prudential to tell that you can actually create with us what we call an emergency fund through one of our products that we call a pre-investor that will cover for any emergencies, medical emergencies. We saw so many people failing to recover in businesses, especially after the COVID-19, 2 years of lockdown, and until they almost about not recovered. Because most of us, even when we have the opportunity to earn the income we earn, most of us cannot survive and maintain the standards we have if we are unemployed for 6 months. 6 months, no job. Most of us cannot survive. So it's the opportunity I have this evening is to take you through the simple products that we have where you can actually invest informally every single month, prepare for your children's education, universities. Yes, I know most of us have had a chance to have a scholarship. Please don't be guaranteed that your child will have the chance to have the same scholarship you got. So that means you have to think long term, 15 years from now. If you have a child who is 4 years, I'm well sure you know that this child will actually go to university at one point, right? You know that. So as a parent, you have 2 options. You can choose to save now. 15 years later, you have accumulated too much money to pay for university in any university around the world without even looking around. Because you've been saving for the last 15 years, probably. Or you choose not to save. What happens when you choose not to save when the time comes? If you want to take them to the best university, like in UK or wherever, what is going to happen? That you either have to sell one of your properties, or you will have to borrow and take a loan probably for the next 5 years, because you didn't plan for the bills that you knew you had to pay at a certain point in time. So what we do is that open up a small savings plan and you start saving towards those financial bills that you know you're supposed to pay, and they are non-transferable. I don't know if you get my point. Then the other thing I want to talk about with retirement is that we need to understand that there's not enough money towards retirement. No matter what kind of saving plan you have. You can have NSSF, you can have so many other things, investment plans we're making. But we need to understand that we need more money in retirement than even before retirement. And yet, we don't have so much energy to work as we tend towards retirement period. So my point here is that for as long as you can squeeze yourself and put some money aside every single month, please do it. We will recommend at least 15 to 20% of your income should be saved for a longer term saving of a minimum of 20 years or 25 years. That is if you still have that time in employment. But you can accumulate as much savings as you can towards the time when you will not have so much energy and effort to work, but you will need so much money. Like I was telling you that one medical issue can wipe away your entire saving for 20 years. One medical issue. So someone will say, oh, I have this and this. Oh, you can actually sell your retirement plan property where you thought you would be getting retirement income just to cover the medical bill. And after that, you'll be a broke retired person. So for me, that's the discussion I thought I would pass on to each one of us, that as we have the opportunity to work every day and get that income, we need to think about the legacy we have to leave behind. Should anything happen to us, the people that make us work every single day. There are only three things that we work for every day. Every day. The first one is the material things. Every day we work for some material things. I want to buy a nice car, live in a nice house, and blah, blah, blah. Right? Secondly, for the people, if you are a woman or a wife, you have children, you're working for you and your husband, or if you are a man, you're actually working for your wife and your children and your whole family. Then the third thing we are working for every day, okay, the spiritual part, we want to be good and charity and give up to people and blah, blah. All these things that don't entirely depend on us. There's things that we want to achieve. Our people must continue achieving those things, even when we are normal. The school fees must continue paying the school fees. The house, someone here may be saving for a house, and maybe 5 years, you want that house to be complete. And the truth is, you have no guarantee that that house is going to be done in the next 5 years. Me and you know that, because I know 1,000 people who have left incomplete houses. And after years, those houses have never been completed. So as I try to wind up with my presentation, I'm saying, every single dream that you have that requires money, as you work towards achieving that dream, make sure that that dream has protection. It is protected against any unforeseen circumstances. Anything can happen. And we don't want to say that, you know, how bad in a center, because the house stopped on private roofing, or the kids need to go to good schools, and that can no longer happen. Okay? Or you reach 50 years, and then you remember that, oh, I'm retiring, I need enough savings for retirement. And yet you had almost 30 years of employment to start preparing for retirement. Okay? So as Prudential, our focus is ensuring that families protect their finances and they are able to achieve every single longer-term financial goal. So as we work so hard, let's not forget that there can be a time when we either don't have the jobs that we have, or we don't have the energy that we have, or we don't have the time that we have, but there are bills that we must keep meeting. And the only way to do that is to think through the future and plan in advance for those unforeseeable or those foreseeable bills. You can have an education plan for your family, you can have an emergency plan for your family in the event of any emergency financial requirement. You can have a retirement plan with Prudential. You can have, you know, some of us just want to, you know, live a good life and maybe prepare for life after retirement in terms of holidays and blah, blah, blah. Anything longer term that you think that's what your life would want to achieve, we can help you do that. I can be able to take a few questions, and I know it's a team, it's a big team, some people are not here. I'll request through the chairperson, if there is an opportunity that we can be able to meet every single individual, I can create my time and meet every single person who may be interested in knowing more, because you see, finances are so personal.
as a person, but every single person may want to understand more and get to know more, and may want to be interested in investing with Prudential. I'll be glad to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think the Prudential team deserves a bigger round of applause. We value your partnership, and we are very, very happy and excited that you chose Chevening. I don't know whether we have any questions that would like to present. I know he's already made a request to meet each and every one of us individually. If you're interested, any questions? Oh, we have a table behind. So just in case we have any questions, further engagements, kindly go to the table behind. You know, we're here till about 3 o'clock. You can be able to have all your questions answered. So thank you very much for your time and for your contribution. Just a few announcements that I would like to make because we are going into the, you know, the most exciting part of our annual general meeting. Please take note of the shirts that we have behind. Let everybody go back with a t-shirt today. Yeah, we have been, I always, when I'm having conversations with my friends, I'm telling them about how the British government invested in my education, you know. So it's only prudent that we also, you know, proudly wear the t-shirts. They're only 45,000 Ugandan shillings. So that we put this banner up there because we are what we are, because somebody invested in us. Then also we have an opportunity to check out our exhibitors. Please make sure that you go and see some of the products that we have, and don't forget the Prudential table as well. Then we also have an opportunity for you today if you want to pay your subscription fee at the back with Marion. Marion, please put up your hand so that everybody sees you. And let's encourage the rest of the people in our cohorts to come and be a part of this. Just before we go into the beginning of the wrap up, I would like to invite Helen. Helen has a few announcements to make. Then we can dive right into the reason that we came here, and then we wrap up.
Thank you, Janet. Apologies, I was here earlier and I said my advice, but I forgot one or two things. One, I forgot to thank you very much. Those of you who contributed towards the CSR drive we had for the Baneka Teyamba home in Narukolongo. We managed to raise 100,000 shillings in 1 week. Okay, to keep a record, 1 million in a week. Thank you very much. But at the request, next time we have something similar, I can see some places here who did not, but they wanted. Please do not hesitate to contribute. Now we have another drive coming up. I wanted to announce it now because I know that in like 30 minutes I won't have the mandate. We have one of our own Chivina who is called Dennis Ouma. Those of you who came back, who had the babies who came back recently, you met him in a wheelchair. So I think he was supposed to have gone with you, but he could not go because he's paralyzed from the neck down. He has an aid, but the Chevening Secretariat could not afford to pay for that. Okay, they could not give, first of all, they could not give a visa. You know how the visa things are. They could not give a visa to the aide who helps him. Now, that meant that he had to have an aide in the UK, and they could not afford. It's very expensive, like £50 a day. So Chevening could not afford. Now, Dennis had already resigned from his job because he was going, and he had even brought his family. They were in the village, brought them to town to say something. He thought that the Chevening stipend would be able to pay the rent for his family. So he brought them from the village to town as he goes. But of course, he could not go because the aide did not get a visa. So he couldn't go. That year was a dead year for him. Now he's supposed to go this year with the group this year, but it has still been tricky. And he is now apparently going to do an online program here. But the issue is why I'm here. He has been renting. He had to rent a house in Kampala for the last summit for the last year, and he's having challenges. And now he has an outstanding rate to pay. And we have been approached by the British High Commission to assist him in the usual way of CSR, that's like a CSR. So I'm going to post on the forum. Again, Marion, who's behind there, will be collecting your mobile money contributions. Kindly, please. He's looking at for 3 million shillings, but we can give what we can. So we're going to launch that drive on the forum today. Give it like 3 weeks or so, then we'll close it, but kindly give whatever you can. Even if it's 50, even if it's 10, because he's in really dire straits. And you all understand, even announcing it here already, feels already is too much. You know your dignity as a person, but he wants some help, so let's help him achieving us. Let's give back in that way. So I'm going to put that on the forum and kindly request you to please contribute whatever you can. That is why I had to announce that before we go into the new government. I didn't want to look like now the old person is pushing herself, but please, let's do that. Let's help achieving that. He's going to study online for the year. He's not going to go because he couldn't get the visa, and he couldn't get help the other side. It's too expensive, but they are going to still pay for his scholarship here, but he'll be in Uganda, but he needs the help to be able to fill the areas, and then he starts a new life. So kindly, let's do this. Thank you. Thank you, Janet.
Thank you very much, Helen. I believe that we are going to do the needful. I would just like to take this opportunity to inform all of us, especially those who are paid up, that the voting link is up and ready. Just check your email and we shall let you know. Shall we let them know when to vote? Yeah. But we just wanted to let you know. Oh, voting has started. Sorry? Okay. Okay. Great. So I just wanted to let you know that you have received an email. So when the time comes, when the Electoral Commission chair, is presiding over this elections, they will instruct us on what to do. Now, just before we talk about the voting, we have a few other presentations. They are going to take a very short time. These are presentations of activity reports by the EXCO members, and each has been given a few minutes, just 5 minutes to share with us what it is that they have to share with us this afternoon. I'll start off with the community liaison, Mariam. I don't know whether you're ready. We shall be, you'll be followed. Sorry, I think, yes, Grace, you're done with your presentation. So we have community liaison, we have communications, compliance / legal in that order, the bids, and finance will be last. So Marion, Fiona, and Olivia, Loyola, Alan, Sarah / Olive, Jacqueline, in that order, please be ready. We just have a few minutes. We want to do this in the interest of time. Thank you so much in advance. Yes, Marion.
Okay, Jen. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
How is our CAAU community here today?
Excited.
Are we enjoying?
Yes.
It's a bit cool, and I hope we're settled well. Yes, I've been told here to give a brief about my role and the contribution that I make to the CAAU community. I've been working as a community liaison officer, as co-opted, and I hope someone co-opts me today. I would like to work as a community liaison assistant. I've seen the younger people here, and the communication before is like the older people can step aside. I hope by
No, I was joking.
You're not joking, Helen. I took it serious to the head. Yes, so as a community liaison officer, I've been acting as a link between our CAAU internal community to the external one. You've heard from the morning talk that we need to contribute to the bigger picture of the national development, to the socio-economic development of our country, but also to the communities where we stay and live and breathe. And being a community liaison office also means igniting the spirit of hope. It means providing support and information to the CAAU internal community to ensure that whatever we have, we make it possible for those that are not able to celebrate, especially the wealth, I would call it the wealth resources that many people have a chance to access. Then as the community liaison officers as responsible directly to support the corporate social responsibility arm, we've largely been depending on the membership to contribute. But from the talk that I had today and the reflections that we've had internally as a team since we developed our draft strategic plan, we thought to expand the role beyond just getting the resources from the membership. Would like to develop a community social responsibility or a CRR plan for CAAU to ensure that we attract resources from the external side. We have the media, we have the telecom community, we have the banking community, we have the private sector. We would like to have proposals written. We would like to get out there and write project proposals and then get bigger projects beyond the support that we've been providing to our CSR project. Then we also hope to have a personal touch, especially to the internal community, to ensure that we organize activities that bring us together like we've been now, to have a human touch beyond the online communication that we've had. Then one of the things that we learned, especially the Bakateyamba, Mapera, Naluso Home of the Elderly project, we learned that we need to interact and support from a demand point of view. Initially, when we identified that project, we thought would provide flasks, would provide mattresses. We thought that is a vulnerable group of older persons that we need to throw help at. But when we had an internal discussion and we brought Sister Lawrence on board, as you see in this annual newsletter, she said, no, our biggest need is you helping us to repair our pickup and also helping us to meet our water and electricity bills. And at some point, Helen said, no, we're not going to do that. We're not women. And we also don't want to create an impression that we can pay an institution's bills that have accumulated over time. But when we consulted the bigger CAAU community, they said, no, it's very important to respond to the community's needs point of view, and that helped a lot. We're able to raise over 3 million. Let's clap for each other. The exercise started in 2021 and it ended around May 2022. Thank you very much, everybody that contributed. We visited, we handed over. None of your shilling was misused. We made sure that, yes, I'm campaigning now. I made sure that every shilling was accounted for. And thank you for the last drive that you did. We hope to hand over this money after this process. And there are great women, the nuns, the administrators, and other workers that are looking after, especially most of the residents that are there are immobile. Some of them have got strokes, some of them are disabled and they need wheelchairs, they need support, they need a smile, they need a visit. But I think together as a team, we shall expand on other projects. We want you to go and give a pep talk to university students, to the young people in poorly served environments, to take those skills as were advised today to inspire the young people to ensure that CAAU's visibility and CAAU's support is felt. I would like to end here and to give more time to the others. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you very much, Marion. Let's give Marion a big round of applause. I think she's done a fantastic job running with the projects, and that is very, very good feedback that you're giving us. It's very encouraging for us to, be part of an association that is making a positive difference in the lives of others. I would like to invite Fiona Olivia to give us an update, communications. We have only 5 minutes, and Marion, thank you for keeping time. Yes.
Good afternoon once again.
Good afternoon.
From the communications docket, I'll be so brief because I don't have much to say. The responsible persons for the communication docket was myself, Fiona Bio, and then Olivia Malwama. Olivia was in the cohort of 2008, 2009, and I was in 2019, 2020. I have a background in law, while Olivia has a background in journalism. So it was really challenging for me, but with Olivia at the back of it all, I managed. So our role specifically was to raise and maintain the visibility of the association. And we aim to attract more applications for the scholarship. So what we did, or what we engaged in, one was social media engagement. We have social media accounts on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter. And on our social media platforms, we always highlighted the activities of the association, the achievements of the alumni, and also profile the alumni. And when you go to Facebook, we have 733 followers for now. Likes, and then 1,032 followers, with 46% being women and 54% men. And we are spread across different countries, with the highest followers coming from Uganda with 75%, followed by United Kingdom with 4%. The rest of the details you can find in the report shared. On Twitter, we have, by the time I wrote the report, there were 699 followers. But as for today, we are having 701 followers. That is on Twitter. And on LinkedIn, we're having 826 followers. So that is a great thing. We also have a WhatsApp platform where we have daily discussions with the alumni, and it is it is the most engaging and active platform, social media platform for the association, where people share different ideas, which are really educational and sometimes motivating. So also through our social media platforms, we raise the Chevening flag, and by profiling alumni, we have profiled a few alumni. Members like Fiona Apio, we have profiled Ronald Mugera. We have Johnson, Brian Sankara, Penina, Stephen Emasu, Ellison Karuhanga. And this is something I hope that also the incoming communications person will continue doing, because it has also raised the profile of our alumni and the work they do outside their professional life. We have also had monthly webinars, and so far we have been able to have 7 webinars. The first one was the most recent, which was last year in October, was making a winning application from the essay to the interview, which was moderated by our own Pumla Nabachwa. Then we had the rising cost of living in Uganda, moderated by Hagai Mastiko. COVID-19 treatment and prevention, moderated still by Hagai Mastiko. The ravaging impact of COVID-19, moderated by Olivia Nangwama. The national budget, harnessing citizen participation, moderated by Dr. Emmanuel Freddy Mugunga. I don't know if I got it right. Then what makes a winning scholarship application, moderated by Loyola, and then 2 years without school in Uganda, moderated by Jonathan Ocho. We usually have average attendance, which is between 70 to 150 participants. And the structure is usually with a panel of 2 to 3 experts. One expert is always a Chevening alumni. We have also been able to build the brand of the association by popularizing it and building a reputation through different events. That is in the media. We have built the brand of the association in the media. So last year we had a number of activities where we had the media coming to engage with us. We had skilling refugees on law and gender. Then the one on inclusive education, where we had media like Daily Monitor, Urban TV, the New Vision. And with all this, we also had 1 or 2 challenges, and one was member engagement. It has always been challenging to engage and sustain the interest of a diverse group of alumni with varying interests, schedules, and priorities. The second one has been communication and information flow. Maintaining effective communication and information flow among a geographically dispersed alumni network can be difficult sometimes. But with all this, we've been able to do our best and wish the best to the incoming communications person. Thank you.
Thank you very much from the communications team. Thank you for the social media presence. We really feel it. I would like to invite Loyola to share with us about compliance and legal in about 3 minutes, because all this has been forwarded to us in the report. We have all the information. So you will kindly summarize for us. Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I feel like I was too soon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. And unfortunately, I had to arrive after the self-introduction. So in case you're wondering, my name is Loyola Rabose Karungwa. I am an advocate. I have served as the compliance officer of the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda. I attended, unfortunately, there's a cafe going around Kampala. Yes. Hi. Yes. Yeah, that's because I have a bit of a cough, so I will protect the rest of you. Yes, I attended, I got the scholarship in the cohort of 2019-2020, and I attended the University of Dundee Center for Energy, Petroleum, Mineral Law and Policy. My master's degree there is in International Natural Resources Law and Policy. I currently practice mining law with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. Yes, so the compliance officer's role, as most of you are aware and excited to vote for today, includes preparing legal documents, rendering legal advice to the executive committee, and ensuring that the association, complies with
relevant laws of Uganda and supporting the Secretary regarding resolutions and filing company documents. The highlights, the purpose of this report was for me to give an activity report, what we've done and going forward. The highlights of my term of office has been, I led the adoption and conclusion and registration of the constitution of the association. Under the interim committee had drafted and developed it, but we managed to conclude it and register it at the beginning of 2021. I continue to provide daily routine legal advisory services to the chairperson and the executive committee, specifically regarding, mostly regarding issues around interpretation of the constitution. Can we do this? Can we do that? What do we need formally to take certain decisions? I contributed to and was part of the development of the strategic plan, which we hope going forward is now going to be implemented for the next 3 years. I facilitated good governance, good corporate governance of the association. And for me, one of my favorite highlights is the training of urban refugees that we conducted, where I got to train urban refugees on human rights and the laws in Uganda during the implementation of, during that, I think there's a second mic. Yes, yes, during the implementation of the refugee projects under CAP. Of course, as a member, that's specifically as a compliance officer, as a member of the executive committee, I contributed to all the activities of the association. Like Fiona mentioned, moderating and organizing several webinars, including IT support at some point. Yes, and so many other activities. So that is a summary of activities completed. I'll use this opportunity, my quick recommendations and, like pending on next tasks for the incoming compliance officer is regards development of other corporate governance documents, policies and documents. Yes, we have the constitution. Through the treasurer, we have finance and procurement guidelines. Now we have electoral commission guidelines, but there is room to develop a code of conduct, bylaws, and any other policy documents as become necessary. And finally, we may now, during this strategic period, consider the incorporation of the association as a company limited by guarantee and possibly eventually as an NGO. That is a longer discussion, but I like to leave things that tickle your mind. So I will leave that there, and I'm sure the incoming executive committee shall take it forward. Thank you very much for the opportunity to serve. Thank you all for your support. Specific thank you to the chairperson, Helen, and the vice chairperson, Alan Ryan, and the entire executive committee, which of course includes our emeritus chairperson, Antina, the Chevening officer. I think anything I was able to achieve was through your support. Most importantly, a special thank you to a team. I constituted a team of lawyers to support in this role and would always discuss and debate advice. So in their absence, I'd like to thank them. That included Andrew Munanura, Senior Counsel, Jonathan Kochom, and Tom Walugembe. Thank you. Oh, should we? No, but that's what I need to project. No, I think other reports. Yeah. What things about the postal that they use?
The port is about to close.
The port is about to close. But I need, for that one, I need to project. Okay. Oh, I think as I get that one, report could finish.
Yeah. Okay. Beats, Alan, are you ready with your 3 minutes? Sorry, Sarah, you're ready with your 3-minute presentation? 6 minutes? Yes. Okay. Just to be.
Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and good afternoon once more. I'm going to present on the CAPEF bids, education and refugees. But since I headed the refugee one, let me present the education one when I'm still so far. I don't want to miss anything of the sports. So the report I'm presenting is on page 33, and it's on promoting inclusive education. It was headed by Dr. Olive, I think with Ronald, Ocho, and Fiona. And so this project aims to, first of all, raise awareness about the key issues that are faced by learners with disabilities in Uganda. And then the second one was to improve a learning facility by partnering with the Kampala School of the Handcuffs, where our efforts are directed to build a facility and equip it with learning tools. That's why you heard Helen this morning announce the 10 computers that have been received from UCC. So I'm going to quickly summarize the achievements of this project so far. There's been efforts towards raising resources. That includes funds and equipment. And I think about 40 million has been raised according to the report. Please clap for yourself. And then there has been a lot on raising awareness and advocacy. You all agree that we have created messages and produced information about inclusive education, attracting attention to people who matter in the education sector. And we've also contributed to policies that affect the education. So with that, we would like to remind you that while we've made these achievements, there's still some challenges that are associated with delivering this project 100%. So although we have about 40 million and now 10 computers, the total project sum is 120 million. So we roughly still need about 80 million. So please keep that in mind that the project is still ongoing and we do need your support. We do need your contacts. We do need your rich friends and the partners that you can link us to. So that's precisely it. Please do read the details about the report on page 33 for more information. So I'll now turn on to the refugee bid. We focus on improving livelihoods for refugees in urban centers, mainly Kampala and Wakiso districts. Through this project, first, we are looking at building capacities using the resources that we have in our network, obviously you, but also, again, improving a facility, an ICT hub at our partners' premises in Zambia. That's YARID Uganda. YARID is Young African Youth Camping. It's on the internet. Forgive me, I can't remember. So we implemented workshops on very important topics. First of all, it was human rights and the law. And we wanted the refugees to understand the legal context in Uganda, because while they come from different countries, things could be different here. And then also we wanted to emphasize their rights. While they have crossed borders to come to Uganda, we wanted them to know how to assert their own rights, whether refugees or not, and how they integrate in our own communities. So we also had a workshop on financial literacy delivered by our own Nicholas, and then our partner, Ime of Mokaspreneur. She's not here today. And the reason for this was to improve their skills, because we know, you all know that refugees who live out of the refugee camps, they fend for themselves. So they have to work, they have to find food, they have to pay fees for their children. And that's difficult because some of them don't even know where the jobs are, or then some employers are not even willing to employ them. So again, we also wanted to highlight their rights to work and at work. So entrepreneurship and financial literacy. That was a workshop that was delivered. But the most exciting part about this project is the conference that we held in March last year, where we had different stakeholders from the refugee space and the humanitarian actors come to engage with us, to learn about our project, to listen about issues affecting refugees in the city. So we think, again, that was one way of advocacy, because again, we engaged with the media. So our achievements are also highlighted from page 29, that's the report I'm on. But then we have challenges. We aim to raise 35 million to buy 10 desktop computers and no paid internet for the refugees. But that has been difficult. And so the next executive committee, there's a hill to climb. We're going to be in the background supporting you. Do reach out when you need support. We are not throwing everything on your head, and obviously we're still having ongoing efforts to raise that money. But I just wanted to put it out there that there are some achievements that we haven't made. We have had really challenges implementing this project, and the main one is fundraising. The economy is bad. So please again help support us. So then the limited resources, obviously the Chevening Alumni Fund did help us, but there's a level where they can't stop. So certain things we had to do them by ourselves. And we found constraints along the way. I would also love to touch on the issue of support from the community, because we said one of the things we wouldn't do is to hire experts. We relied entirely on the support from our Chevening community, and that was very, very beautifully delivered. But we also call upon for more engagement when we are implementing this project. So I see Janet sending me signals. I'll stop here and take a minute and read the report and see how you can support. Thank you, and I wish the coming executive all the best while you address this.
Thank you very much. That is a job well done. I would like to invite Loyola to take over. We have a time constraint for voting. That's why we're doing this. Kindly bear with us.
Okay, yes, so I'll try and do this as quickly as possible and request. I hope the members online are still with us. Grace is going to project what we need to see. Great. Perfect. Next. Yes, so my role here is during our implementation, the executive committee came up with several aspects that may require an amendment to our current constitution. We've shared the constitution several times, that is as it is registered. There is one amendment that was made last year, which was separately filed as an amendment. But since today's are a bit several, after this we shall file an amended constitution. That said, these are the amendments proposed. Some of them already aware. The first is on the membership of the executive committee. That is the current position, as you're aware. Those are the positions that currently exist. Next slide, please. So the proposal is to, yes, so the proposal is to increase the composition of the executive committee, to introduce a vice secretary and vice treasurer. Next. The justification for this is that as the association has grown, the work has grown, the membership has grown. So to be able to achieve goals and do work efficiently, it's necessary to have additional support.
The strategic plan that's been developed is very ambitious, so it needs a bit of an expanded EXCO to lead it, really to serve members better, to have more people on board to serve members better. And finally, because this is voluntary leadership and members end up having, jobs and businesses and lives, having a bit more people helps continue to have tasks done efficiently. If there is, at this point, I would call for some discussion, but in the interest of time, I'm not sure if there is any. I will take that silence to mean there is no discussion. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. So these are just the formalities. Ideally here, I would move a motion for a resolution of the membership to accept the amendment of that clause 13.5. Yeah, I know this text is small. So I'll request, I'm going to go through all of them. Ideally, we should go one by one, because we may have issues on each. But until I reach one where there's opposition or issues, I'm going to go through all of them, and then we'll make the motion once for chairperson. Great. So that one is good. The next one. Hi, Grace. Next slide, please. The next amendments are related to what we've just agreed to. Having created a vice secretary as vice treasurer, we need to specify their roles and functions. So the function of the vice secretary is as stated: to act as secretary in the absence of the secretary, to assist the secretary in his or her duties, to be responsible for membership recruitment and retention, and take a leadership on that, and to frequently update the alumni database and provide information to the EXCO whenever necessary. Those would be the functions of the secretary. The next slide, please. Okay, we're going to do that at the end. The next. Similarly, for vice treasurer, the role, again, if you look at the constitution, this is similar to the treasurer. To act as treasurer in the absence of the treasurer, assist the treasurer in his or her duties, and may be a signatory to the bank accounts of CAAU. Currently, the constitution, the signatories are chairperson, vice chairperson, and treasurer. But we are, and ideally that is enough, or has been enough. But we are saying they could be in case. I mean, what if the vice chairperson goes to Cambodia? So that room is there for the chairperson to appoint. To appoint a vice treasurer. The next, please. I am not hearing any issues that are going on. Perfect. The next is related to. It's red. And these microphones cut you off when they think you're cut off. Smart. What industry revolution? The next is related to the liaison officer. This position already exists. It's not creating it now. It's fine. Its functions are as they are. But we are proposing simply being clear and adding one more function. So it's just a function which had not been clearly stated, which is to organize community programs, projects, and events, community work, like is shown in the report. The next, please. Yes. After all those, which are pretty easy and clear, the next that the EXCO proposed and came up with is to introduce a board of advisors. There shall be a board of advisors. There shall be a board of advisors comprising persons who have previously served on the EXCO as either chairperson or vice chairperson. The board shall be composed of 5 members of diverse experience and expertise, taking cognizance of gender equity. The members of the board of advisors shall be voted by secret ballot or any other suitable means, like the same way the EXCO is voted, and they shall serve for a term of 2 years from the time of the election. They may serve for another term of 2 years. Generally, they have a term limit of 2 terms. I know term limits are strange, but here they exist. I'm joking. The general role of the board of advisors is to provide guidance, advice, critical thinking and analysis to the chairperson and the EXCO, and to support the EXCO make decisions in the best interest of the association. The board does not make this board of advisors does not make decisions, the EXCO still does, but supports whenever necessary. The chairperson may request the board of advisors to perform any additional specific role when necessary, anything beyond that general one. That is the gist of creating this board of advisors. Next, the justification why the EXCO thought it's wise to do this is, one, to retain the experience and expertise of past leaders. 2 years go by fast. And whereas we don't need to have the same leaders continue to be leaders, they still have a lot of value to bring and support. So want to be able to retain that and tap into it when we need it. Generally to provide guidance to the EXCO. There could be times that the EXCO is caught between a rock and a hard place, but having an impartial advisor assists. Really to give impartial support. And here I just wanted to use an example, just EG. When we recognized that we're going to have elections, it was wise to have a separate impartial electoral committee. So again, we tapped into the experience and expertise of the former chairperson who formed this committee and did his things separate from the EXCO. So that's just to give an example of how having that leadership potential still around and tap into it exists. Yes, so that is it. So no, back to the motion. Next.
The small font, that's the motion.
Yes. Okay, I think we'll use that one. Yes. So those are the amendments. So I hereby move a motion for the members of the annual general meeting to accept the proposed amendments. So we need somebody to second, and then the chairperson shall put it to a vote. So I have moved the motion. Very good, seconded by Grace.
No,
yes.
Not Grace.
I'm on the executive committee.
Someone else.
Second the motion.
Thank you very much, sir. First chairperson to quickly put it to the vote. Yes, I don't know if you can see that here.
Okay, I now put the question to the motion for resolution of members to amend clause 13.5, all the clauses at once. Those in favor say aye, to the contrary, nay. Aye. The ayes have it.
Next steps, I think the last one. Thank you so much. Thank you all very much. Yeah, did some opposition party. Anyway, thank you. So just for preparation, the next step is after this AGM, we'll extract these resolutions, draft the actual full amended constitution, and it will then be filed. Please make sure to sign the attendance page if you haven't already, because that is what will attach to the new amended constitution to show the members who are present and signed off on that. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much, Loyola. I think that's a job well done. At this point in time, I would like to invite Jackie Kaija. She's going to talk about finance. But please be reminded that the voting portal is open and it closes at 2:45 now that we've finished amending the constitution. Jackie, over to you.
Jackie?
Good morning. Sorry, it's already afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
I think I put the microphone here. Yes. Hold on. Let me help.
Saying please. No?
Okay. No, just adding volume.
She is, and I could hear her, but not all of us would.
Jackie, are you on? Jackie, speak again.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Grace, is it possible for me to have the video as well?
Yes, please. Go ahead. Just allowing.
No, it's not.
Oh, no. And now? Perfect. Hi. Birthday girl.
People, focus. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You're welcome to our third annual general meeting. My name is Jacqueline Kaija, and I am the treasurer for the next maybe couple of minutes or so. Yeah, I'm the outgoing treasurer of the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda. And I'm going to be presenting our financials. For clarity, the period covered by this report is from 1st July 2022 to 30th April 2023. And that's because our financial year runs from 1st July 2022 to 30th June 2023. So we are 10 months in. It's not an annual report, but it is something that will help us understand how we are doing so far. Like I said, I'm Jacqueline Kaija. I was in the 2015-2016 cohort at the University of Bradford, where I did an MSc in Economics and Finance for Development. I'll share my screen, but you can find the details of this report on page 15. So as at 30th April 2023, we had a total income of about 14,273,249, and that was largely made up of the 10.7 million fundraising. And it's noteworthy to mention that 10 million of that is what Prudential gave us. From our membership subscription, we can see that we have about 2.5 million only. So our total income was 14 million. And I'll just quickly run through the report in the interest of time. You can find the details on page 15. Our total expenditure for the period is 3.8 million, and our surplus was 10.5 million approximately. Looking at our balance sheet, we have total assets of about 37.6 million and total liabilities and what is sometimes called equity, which I'll call surplus, of 37.6 million. I'm also going to present our proposed budget. Not sure if you can see the budget.
You can see it.
You can see the budget?
Yes.
Perfect. So this is our proposed budget for 2023-2024. And we project that we shall have an income of about 26 million because we are counting on our members to come through and pay up their membership and subscription fees because that's our biggest source of income. And so we are projecting to have about 100 people do this and a few memorabilia sales. Maybe something that we also need to remind ourselves of is we have a 10% levy on all CSR funds. 10% of that funding needs to come back into our coffers. We haven't really been implementing that, but I think starting the new financial year, this should take effect. Then we have a projected total expenditure of 21.8 million because we are looking at the usual expenditures on webinars. Then we are also hoping to have an annual dinner, an annual get-together to help us network more and foster stronger relationships. then CAPEF expenses and AGM costs for the next AGM. We also do get to have special projects every now and then. We submit CAPEF bids, which Sarah has already talked about in her report. So we project that we shall get about £7,000 in the coming financial year to help us implement a project on climate change waste management. And then our usual corporate social responsibility projects, we project to have an income of about 5 million shillings for our usual annual CSR expenditures, income and expenditures. So I do not know if there are any comments or some changes that we need to make to this budget before we adopt it. The floor is open for the next 30 seconds for that.
Any comments, please? It's 20 seconds now. Any comments? It seems we don't have any comments, Jackie.
Okay. I therefore propose that we adopt this 2023-24 budget for the next financial year. And I request that someone second. So I propose. Thank you.
Can someone second?
We haven't had him.
Seconded by Michael.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, just call a vote for adoption of the budget as it is. And this one, we may need to raise hands because we have to have that.
Okay, Secretary, I think you're ready.
Yes, I
because
am.
you're going to vote.
Yes, I am.
How? They are going to put up their hands and count.
Yes, I'll
Now we're going to vote to adopt the budget for the financial year 2023-2024. Those in support of the budget, passing the budget, please put your hands up.
Jackie, yours, no. Jackie, you don't support your own budget.
It's unanimous.
But I think we need the numbers in the constitution. Yes. Nicholas, can you help her to count? Nicholas, please count. Can you?
You also put your hand up.
No, me, I'm not supposed to. The ones against the budget being passed.
Okay.
You want to count again? Oh, sorry, for the last time.
You got a number.
Just count the one.
32. Those against the budget being passed. Those who are neutral. Those against? None, and none is neutral. I therefore declare that the budget, sorry. Oh, can you tell us the result?
Online.
Oh, online, sorry. Do we have anyone online who is voting for the budget?
I should raise them.
Please raise your hands.
We have one raised hand so far.
Eric has raised his hand. Jackie has raised her hand.
We have Eric and Jackie online.
Eric and Jackie.
We have Pauline also 3.
Pauline.
Sorry, let me share this screen.
Jackie, can you smile? Because we're taking your photograph here.
I don't know who Mike Check is, but I guess.
Yeah, there's Eric, Pauline, and Mike Check. They're in support of the budget.
Okay, there are 4.
Mike Check. What is the other name?
All right.
Anyone against the budget?
Anyone against the budget?
Can you come and stand here and take Jackie's picture? That is smile again and they take your picture, birthday picture. We sang already, I think you don't know. I don't know if you had already when you were singing for.
There's actually Jackie Hope one.
Right. I have a pleasure to announce that the budget has been passed. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. In conclusion, as the outgoing treasurer, I'd like to thank God for the opportunity I've had to serve the association, and special thanks as well to the executive committee under the leadership of Helen Kawesa, the very able leadership of Helen. And I'd like to thank you as well, our members, for coming through when I'd, passed by and inbox and ask for those membership fees. Thank you very much. I look forward to a more, I know that the future is bright with the incoming executive. Thank you very much and have a lovely day.
Thank you very much, Jackie. And thank you for a job well done in your time of service. You're reminded that the portal is closing in the next 10 minutes. So
Actually 2:45.
2:45, not 2:15. What is it? Is it 2:15?
I am Shebukati. What is your
We are
problem?
sorry, forgive us. Okay. Okay. 2:45.
But we need to close this.
Okay. So I have good news for you. We are wrapping up, and I'm glad that we have been able to be patient up until this time. Marion, please come and present the strategic plan as we begin the wrap up. Okay. Marion, can you do this in 3 minutes?
I will.
Yes.
I will. If we refer to page 11.
3 minutes.
I know our sugars are getting low.
Yeah.
So let us go to page 11. It has a summary of what we did. And it indicates that if it's not working, you'll be yeah, so if you go to page 11, it shows when we started the process. We started it on 21st May 2022. Then as the executive, we co-opted someone that was independent that helped us to have a thought process to discuss what we would like to see as a vision, mission, goal, objective, and the strategic areas for our strategic plan. And like you had from the previous speakers, they thought this strategic plan would be a good tool in terms of being a reference document, but also in terms of being a compass, but also in terms of being an accountability tool for the incoming executive. So, Grace, I just want to run through. I've been given 3 minutes.
Okay.
Yes, so in terms of the...
Is your mic still on?
The mic is not on. No. They can't hear me.
No, the people online want to.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
Is the second one on?
Okay.
Voting closes 2:15, so please be reminded.
You can't hear you online. Okay, good. So in terms of the introduction, here I'm saying that the strategic plan will provide a platform for all of us to grow and contribute to in terms of ensuring that we contribute to the good of our society. Let's go to the next slide. Yes, I saw in the page 11, they're saying that our strategic plan was finalized. No, intentionally, we made sure that we leave it open, especially for the incoming committee to also contribute and ensure that they have ownership. So some of the discussions we had around our vision, mission, goal, I would like to welcome more ideas to ensure that we have a shared understanding and ownership. Let's go to the objectives. I'll only read the objectives and then I'll go to the last slide. Yes, so the objectives of a strategic plan, one is to promote social and professional interactions
among and between Chevening alumni and future scholars. The second one is to ensure that we craft innovative and sustainable solutions to address the development challenges. You heard them today: climate change, poverty, income inequality, and other challenges that we face in our day-to-day lives, inflation and others that emerge from today's discussion. Then to invest in mentorship and leadership training. All of us, when we're introducing ourselves, we said we wanted to be a great influence to our community, to our society when we come back. So one of the ideas that we have in our strategic plan is to have a leadership center. And our incoming chairperson, whoever it will be, I don't want to check the results. They are committed to ensure that we build, we mentor, and we have a capable leadership that can contribute to our national development agenda. So I think we're in the right direction. Then, of course, we would like to define, support, and strengthen our CAAU's institutional systems and capabilities through ensuring that we have the right policies in place. We have a number of policies that we've developed in the last 3 years. We have a finance policy, human resource, and other policies that we have developed, and we hope once we get funding and we have a secretariat, some of these will be operational. Yes. Then, what is it that we have not done in terms of the gaps? One is that the opening that we've left, we'll be sharing the document to ensure that you contribute in terms of ensuring that we have a stronger vision, mission, and goal. The second one is to finalize the costing. I'm happy that today we passed the budget for 2023, but in the strategic plan, we had proposals of having 190 million for 3 years. But on the other hand, if we have to be ambitious, when I was reading it, I think we can have more. I was proposing around 660 because it's a strategic plan. It's our desire, and I think we can raise those resources together at some point. And then the other bit, of course, is the editorial will benefit from some of the communications experts to ensure that we have a firm and strong document that is shareable to our donors, the printing, then a popular version, a summary of that, and of course, the dissemination to our potential donors and sponsors. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you very much, Marian. That was very clear and well understood. Yes, I would like to invite Jackie back for the appointment of the auditor. And then we will call the head of our electoral committee to give us the results, right? Great. Jackie, over to you.
Thank you very much, Janet. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, once again. And I'm here to take us through the appointment of the auditor with the help of Loyola and the chairperson and any other people. So we had a pretty competitive process of selecting auditors. We had an advert go out and received 11 applications. And out of the 11 applications, 3 were shortlisted, and we were working against the criteria of timelines, experience, expertise, fees, methodology, and digital tools, appreciating the fact that we basically do our work mostly online. So we wanted an auditor who understands the background of our association and our operations. And so out of the 11 applicants and proposals, we selected 3. And out of the 3, as an executive committee, we selected the one who scored the top marks, and that was FBO Partners and Certified Accountants. I believe they're in the room. they may stand up for recognition for people for accountability and transparency. Okay, thank you very much. So we had a discussion with them about our expectations and the fact that our constitution requires that they be appointed by the AGM, which is the reason why we are having this exercise right now. And so the fees that we agreed on were Uganda shillings 3 million. And I'm mentioning that as well for transparency, and I think it's also a requirement. So the fees will be 3 million Uganda shillings for the audit exercise. The period that is going to be audited is from March 2021. You could say January 2021, but we had our first AGM in March 2021. So from March 2021 up to 30th June 2022. So that will be our first set of accounts, financial statements to be audited. Referring to Article 18, lawyer, you'll help me here. I think it's Article 18 of the Constitution. I request that these auditors be appointed. Over to you, Loyola.
Okay, yes, like Jackie said, it's just the okay, thank you. Article 28 of the Constitution states that the auditor shall be appointed by the annual general meeting. So with the quick background and process that Jackie has explained, the executive committee selected the successful audit firm. So I'll request chairperson to, Jackie has moved that the auditor be FBO. Sorry, yes, FBO certified accountants.
FBO partners and certified accountants.
FPO, POP.
FBO partners
yes,
and certified accountants.
Yes, FBO partners and certified accountants be appointed as auditors in accordance with their terms of reference. We'll request somebody to second it and then chairperson again will register a vote. Name, please. Secretary, we've got that. Chirabo Andrew seconds. Oh.
Yeah, because
Okay, I'll note Chirabo Andrew. Yes, second, so chairperson.
Thank you, members. I hope you're not fiddling around with the servers there. I don't know if you can do that. Want to thank Jackie for a job well done. Jackie and Alan, thank you for the job well done. Okay. Members, we've been given a background of a good job done. I'd like to ask for a vote to endorse that FBO partners and certified accountants be our auditors for the financial year. Is it 2 years or 3? For the next 2 financial years. May I have those in support saying aye? Aye. The ayes have it.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair. I'll request that just in 1 minute, yes, through you, Janet, to just say something quick so that.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm most privileged to be here. My name is Rhoda Kasinda, and I'm a proud Old Budonian. And member of the Old Budonian Association, so I have seen how organized you are. So already I have positive findings that I have recorded before even the audit starts. So I'm happy to be here and I'm privileged to be one of the auditors, and I'm a partner with FBO Certified Public Accountants. We have been in existence for over 7 years. And we have our own premises, and we are located in Chiwanga, Mukono district. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a job well done, Jackie, Loyola, and team, regarding the finances, and we look forward to the new executive that is going to carry on from there with our new auditors. Do we have any reactions to the reports before I invite the chairperson of the electoral committee? Okay. Any reactions to the reports? I guess we don't have any reactions. So I would like to invite Dr. Mugunga to kindly take us through the next session. I want to assure you that we are going to finish this meeting on time. On time. We are on schedule. So no, we are not.
Thank you very much, Jeanette. Ladies and gentlemen, the hour is here, which we all have been waiting for. The servers are being processed and processing the data. But first of all, I'd like to thank you so much for attending and being this calm till this hour. It's not very easy. Allow me invite members that we have been working with to come and take their positions. And these are, yes, the vice chairperson was none other than Olivia Nalwama, who is not in the country. That's how digital we are. She's been operating, so you can see you could not compromise anybody. We also, and she was also the publicity officer for this. We had members, Okosh Peter, please come forward. We had Rhoda Nakungu, I think he's also out of the Rhoda. Yes, she's. I think she's online. Then we had there are these guys who say always tell you a back end. Rodney Adrico is behind the whole thing, and I can tell you he's very, very serious. He's monitoring this very well. And before I came here, only 47% had voted. Only 47% had voted. So please keep voting. Yes. So please, those who haven't voted, and because we said 2015, we are here and we have amended as the Electoral Commission. We had announced 245, so we are going on a bit before we come to a close. Everything will be relayed live here. Rodney, hi there. Do you hear us, Rodney?
I hear you very perfectly.
Wonderful. Yes. The other one we had was Grace Kengazi, the Secretariat. Grace, they say you're still with the candidate, that you are not. Yes, you are not compromised.
I'm not in the back.
Then we had Tina, who was our advisor on this. And I would like to thank the executive for entrusting us with this wonderful work. You know, if you are not into this, when we got into this, I got to realize that we should stop blaming the chief who the I'm being honest. Is this working? Huh? It's not on. So it was wasting my time to carry. I am being honest. These things we need people. Oh, sorry. This microphone had issues with the. So I am being very honest. It needed time dedicated to this. You don't know how much was going on at the back end. Yeah. In other spheres, they call it the dark politics. You know, when you see a duck on top of water, you think it's sailing smoothly. Down there, the legs are doing a lot of work. Now, while others were enjoying the fun on the forum and whatever about the elections, about the nominations, there was a lot of work going on. I would like to thank you all. But let me also thank the executive for a wonderful job. I mean, they entrusted us with this, and we have been free and fair. This election is going to please, you want to go back. Okay, now the other one. Okay, yeah, Tina, you have to stay because I can't announce when you are not.
Ladies and gentlemen, members and our dear Cheveners, I want to give a personal observation. And as somebody who sits on who has been invited by Tina for the last 3 years to sit on the panel to interview. Whenever there is a question, we say, do you have any questions? You certainly know the Chevening Alumni is the one who is going to be asked to get the most fire about this. And many people promise, they ask, when I come back, how can I join? How can I participate? How can I help? How can I help for myself? Almost every candidate will ask the Chevening what? Rep on that panel. Members, merely nominating people was a problem. Let's get serious. It was a problem. Leadership is the first question always which is asked. Is the first essay you write? Is the first essay, the first question you are asked. And you say lots of rosy things. Now, when it comes to leading your own, who know you, what you are in for and what we want to do together, which we promised all of us. I told you, mine was handwritten that time, So let's please come and take up this leadership. And we want to be exemplary many of us would have wanted to stay and continue, but want to be exemplary because we know we have a huge pool of leaders. Otherwise we shall embarrass the main cause of the Chevening scholarship. Because we say it brings up future leaders or grooms leaders. Why can't we come and lead ourselves? Then we get on the forum and come to complain, so and so is doing this, like this project, there's the other one, when we are not even handling our own project, Chevening. Thank you very much. That was Mpunga talking. Now we shall put that back. So, ladies and gentlemen, in this process, we also had one challenge, and we would like to, chairperson needs to be here because maybe Loyola will come and handle this. And chairperson and Loyola, we would love you to be here. Chairperson and Loyola, would love you to be here. Members, as the Electoral Commission for this year's election, we got a bit of a challenge. As we said, we were nominated, and we got into this, but we had to drop up our own guidelines, our own terms of reference. But of course, which we were also throwing onto the executive and the advisor, and they were agreed upon. One major challenge, though, is that we have a position where there was no nomination and we ran out of what? We ran out of time. We said, other than bend the law at that time, we need to bring it to you here, that you decide. It would be in the interest of the association that we get all the executive field, because we are not sure when we shall again mobilize you to bring you back here. So we think, and in our wisdom as the commission, we have had to discuss this with the executive and request that there is a candidate, or if there is another one here today, there is a candidate who expressed interest but was unable due to, we don't know what challenges, was unable to submit, but was nominated and also what? Seconded. The candidate, one of those candidates, the candidate was for the community liaison officer. She was unable to forward the form on time, and we said, for us here, our hands are now tied. So we wanted to present that candidate to you, and also say if there's any other candidate in the audience and online, and they are fully paid up, and as the guidelines were, we also have that position filled today. Community liaison, the community liaison. It is a position that we can't afford to leave empty because of, you can see the activities that we have as an association. So that's what we want to request. Well, if you do agree, then we let you know what it is with the candidate and any other person who wants. We hold that vote here.
How do we agree?
Huh? Chair, we are giving it to you now. Yes.
Given that given the background that the chairman of the Electoral Commission has given us, would like to vote on whether it is okay. First of all, whether it is okay for us to decide here or vote here for the community liaison lead officer. By show of hands, who is in support of that?
That we vote here.
You are in support that we vote from here. That's what we are asking. Who is counting? Nicholas, please. Apparently, all of us. 32. Anyone online? Like just some guys voting.
Just some guy.
Let's run.
There's one guy also voting. Rodney, that's Rodney. 25 are in agreement. Who is against that? Anyone against that? Anyone neutral? The ayes have it.
Okay. Thank you. And so we have said that in case there is anybody who wants to express interest in it, we are still also leaving it open. But the candidate who was nominated and also seconded is none other than the outgoing community liaison, Sandra Marion Mbabazi. Yes, so in case there is another candidate, please, nomination is open. That candidate must be fully paid up, as we said, and gets someone to nominate them and also second them. I am now in charge.
Yes.
Yes. There seems to be nobody, and there being no one, we take note that that candidate, Sandra Marion Mbabazi, will be declared among those who were unopposed.
Amen.
Thank you very much. Now, we got the following positions, as you know. We had chairperson, and the only candidate that was duly nominated and fulfilled all the conditions was Alan Brian Sembajwe. For the position of chairperson,
Who is that? I don't
Alan Brian Sembajwe.
Hey, stand up.
Please. Yes. No, not yet. We are showing you the candidates. Yes, we are not declaring. Yes. For the position of vice chairperson, there was again only one candidate, Nicholas Okot. All the conditions. We did not have anybody to eliminate. They all were in line. For the position of secretary, Elvis Mwesikwa. For the position of vice secretary, Hope Bagota. Yes. Then the position of treasurer, again, the only candidate that we got and also fulfilled all the conditions as laid down. The candidate is Enid Hilda Mugabe.
Then for compliance officer, we initially got 2 nominations. Then one of them eased out of the election in favor of Diana Nakawesa. Yes, in favor of Diana Nakawesa. So Diana, forward. Communications. Again, this one also attracted 1 candidate and also fulfilled all the conditions. And by the time of closing the nominations, we only had Billy Ruoth Ngeo. You know, I crossed 3 rivers to marry, so I crossed the Nile 3 times. Now, yes.
Katonga is broken.
Now we have also now the community liaison who has been nominated, and by the time of closing nominations, no other candidate had come up. Marion Sandra. Yes. Now, so those are the candidates that we have. Now, there was the position of vice treasurer. That is the one that attracted 2 candidates. And these ones were Claude Kobronga. The second one was Sylvester Yotavre. Yes. So just an observation that yes, the gender balance is good this time. Last year, the boy child was terribly marginalized. The outgoing, there was only 1. So far. Now, dear Cheveners, we are now waiting. Could you allow the screen a bit? Rodney, are you ready?
Yeah, I am, but the election closes a quarter to that's 2 o'clock in Uganda, a quarter to 3. I'm 2 hours behind, so
yes. So it closes in the next 8 minutes. Okay. Okay, no worries. Now, in those 8 minutes, we are giving 4 minutes to each of these candidates to talk to you. But before they do, may I thank one other wonderful lady, Mercedes. We had the Q and answer session. Again, many of you did hit the bad logo. Honestly, it was the only way we said it was the only way people are going to campaign. They would throw flyers on that, but it was, to be honest, I really enjoyed it. I didn't want it to end, but it is Mercedes who was handling it. One, I called her, I think at around 7:49, and the phone was busy. Busy. Because other people were lined up, they later fell off because they didn't have the time. Then I called her and she didn't, it was off. Later she called me at 8 something and she said, you know, my phone is in don't disturb. I said, they are emeritus, can you get me out of the don't disturb? She said, well, it is for everybody, so she can't make any special exception. Now, I told her what I was requesting her to do. She said, I am really busy with something for work. I said, okay, it's fine, get me someone. She said, okay, let me do it. She called back around 8:15 and she said, I am available for the responsibility. And those who logged on or who signed in on that call, I'm sure you saw how she managed her operation. So I see she's rolling eyes. But she did wonderfully well. Everybody enjoyed, and she managed it and finished it on what? On time. That alone was a very serious credit. But dear colleagues, I thanked God that I was not standing for any elective position. Because what members did, including the outgoing executive to the candidates, it was another Chevening interview panel. I know, right? It was another Chevening interview panel. So yes, we thank you, Sarah. Thanks for supporting us. And this is the best we could do in the circumstances. I am sure it will get better next time. So whoever comes up next, I'm sure will do a good job. Yeah? You never know, the acting chairperson might appoint the previous chairperson. The incoming might appoint. So please, I would like to introduce Chloe. Please talk to your voters. 4 minutes. The mic, Banangi. Especially I can't lend you mine.
Okay, wow. I think I feel like I'm being bombarded, but my name is Chloe Kobronga. I am an investment professional, fully rooted in finance and accounting with a background in management consulting. And it's on the back of this that I really want to serve you as your vice treasurer. I think 3 things that come to mind when I think about what I hope to do. I think one of the challenges that I've seen and had is the subscriptions and memberships that we currently are struggling with. And I think that's one of my aims, thinking about how we can boost that. I saw that the outgoing treasurer has 25 million planned in the budget for next year compared to the 2.5 million, that's over 6 times. So there's definitely a lot of work that needs to be done. So that's one. The second thing that I'm thinking about for this department is sustainability. How can we sustainably grow our resources, right? If that comes from our networks or from within ourselves. And the last one is impact. We're here to create impact. So how can we use our resources financially to indeed build the impact that we want, not only for our communities, but for us ourselves. I believe that if we do that, then we create value first here, and then we can take that value outside. Great, thank you.
You, Sylvester.
Hi, thank you, Doctor. Hi, everyone. You know, this conversation we've been having about people serving, those in my cohort know very well. We had a lot of get-togethers where we just call each other, cook food, and talk about a lot of things. But in this cohort, I realized the passion to serve. I realized the passion to serve. And whenever we are called upon, even this morning, they don't want to talk, but they have been late, many of them, because they were serving and they were at the availability of another Chevening who urgently needed help. So that's really unique. And carrying that same spirit, I knew Helen, you'd all be accountable. And the time has come. I have delayed this one for a while because of the commitments I have. This is the most passionate for me. So delaying this has been a big pain. And I've had conversations with a lot of Cheveners, and this time has come. But to start here, I think for the association, it is very key to understand that we can't get a lot done without the resources necessary for it. And the first step is us. The second step is to look at those who have like-minded objectives, who can support us. And of course, the third is to ensure that our impact can be felt. Notably, on my part, I think to say too much would be unfair. We all know the nature of the challenge we have ahead of us is getting our membership numbers fully subscribed on time. The second thing is to note that we have a huge vehicle of impact in the association, and we have to take advantage of it by seeking funding elsewhere. And I guess that's where I'm driving by a bit of my experience in funds management to help with this bit. The third and most important as well is to see how best to, first of all, if we do not identify with the association, then there's little we are trying to do, even if we are small groups making impact out there. So amongst each other of us, we must sell each other. We must make sure that we are subscribed and fully participating in these activities. And as a supply chain specialist, I work with the World Food Programme. I'm a logistics officer there in charge of funds management. But those who have been with me on this journey know that I've spent a very long time doing cost optimization, identifying where resources can come from. And I think that this is where I'll add value, and I hope that the chance will be given to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For us, we are reformed electoral commissioner. One thing I observe, which we observe here, is that all the candidates are really very good, and I would like to borrow a leaf from what the previous executive did. Whoever goes through relied on the others to have a committee to push the work. The work is always too much. Whoever takes the position as it is. Here in the Chevening, all Cheveners are winners, my friend. And let me tell you one thing. As Rodney, I hope you are getting ready. I'll tell you one thing. And when I tell people this thing, people tend to laugh. Everybody on earth is a winner. Did you know that? Did you know that everybody who is born is a winner? The moment you are conceived in your mother's womb, you are the winner, and you won 2 million people. Sarah is actually saying, you know.
No, I took time to understand.
Yes, whoever is conceived is a winner. These others, Nani was talking of 1 out of 2. 1 out of 2 million. Just know you are high up there. So thank you very much, Rodney. We are now. We hope you are ready with the results. But as you prepare that, I would like now to take the opportunity, this very noble opportunity here, to announce on behalf of the Electoral Commission and on my own behalf the following as the new office bearers for the next period. Chairperson and unopposed, Alan Brian Sembajwe. The vice chairperson, unopposed, Nicholas Okot. Secretary, Elvis Mweswa. Vice Secretary, Hope Bagota. I don't know if that's how to pronounce the name. How is it pronounced?
You pronounce it right.
Oh, perfect.
Wow.
Perfect. You know, a name is the sweetest sound in any human being. The treasurer in Hilda Mugabe. Also unopposed. Compliance officer. Don't worry, it's part of the exercise. Compliance officer Diana Nakawesa. Unopposed. Community liaison Marion Sandra Abazi. So then communications Billy Rosangeo. Yes. Rodney.
Yeah, sure, I'm here.
Yes, we are waiting.
Okay, yeah, so for this particular role, because we had 75 eligible voters and 36% of them did vote, sorry, 36 of them. That gives a voter turnout of about 48%, which is necessarily not exciting, but something probably we need to look into. And also, of course, one ballot was added after the election started for purposes of audit, and that was Fiona. And again, as I had communicated in the group, eligibility came in late in the morning after we had already configured the election yesterday. So I had to add that in the morning to make that number 75. In terms of the results from what we do have, Chloe received 21 of the 36 votes that came through, and Sylvester received 15 of those. And from a graphical perspective, Chloe then takes is the winner as per the numbers with 58.33%, and Sylvester with 41%. And then it's not for me to declare, so over to you, Chair. That's what comes from this side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Rodney. So, colleagues, you know, this has been also, like I said, it has been a learning exercise. As you can see, this committee here is ready to replace Riabukama. As the result is, again, on behalf of the Electoral Commission and on behalf, I would like to declare Chloe Kovulunga having garnered 21 votes out of the 36 votes, the Vice Treasurer. Seminars, like to yes.
Yeah, Chairperson on the Electoral Commission. Thank you for this opportunity to be nominated to the role, and thank you, members, for nominating me. And in belief that the results were fair and fair, and they being conducted electronically by a man I hold in high regard with integrity. Just another guy here. I concede defeat to Chloe Kovulunga, and I pledge my support to the executive committee.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Please, you can now come here. No, they have to use that. No, they need this, or you need them here. Now, for us, our work is done. Thank you. But yes, but since we haven't, I would like to call upon. Do we have how many councils do we have here other than Loyola? But she's, of course, she's the boss. So please, until a few minutes more. Who? Do you have a council? Any other council? Who? Oh. No, you are here. I tell you, you want to go up your own. Yes, we have among the guidelines that we proposed and handed over to the executive to approve. We have got the oath here, which you will. Now, if you are Christian, please don't say I solemnly swear or affirm. You know, people always do that. It's only the Muslims, those they don't swear, so you say I affirm. You are Christian, for you swear. When you read the oath, you will not say someone will swear, affirm. You know, many people do that. So please, do you want to come over and take over this? Yeah. Because for us, our duty is done. Fiona? Compliance officer is here. Compliance officer, please come. The person checking the oath to get the front, so you call Syrian. No, I'm getting out from here suddenly. We are getting out. Our work is done. Okay, so please over to you. These are the forms. They will sign. They will swear, sign. That's their name. You know everything.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Chairperson.
Yes.
I can read them for you.
Yes.
Alan Brian Sembaju, Chairperson.
So, Alan Brian, would you like to take the oath to the Bible or Quran?
I'll take it to the Bible because I'm a Christian.
So,
I, Sembaju Alan Brian, having been elected the chairperson of the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully discharge the duties of my office according to law, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Chevening Alumni Association, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Chevening Alumni Association Constitution and the laws of Uganda, and that I will do right to all manner of people according to the law without fear or favor, affection or ill will. Thank you.
Okay, the next one is
No,
vice.
I want. Just your name, sign, then.
Yes, okay. Okay. Chair, you stay there. Vice Chairperson, Nicholas Okot.
Okay. Okay, I support having been elected as the vice chairperson of the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda, CAAU. You solemnly swear that I will faithfully discharge the duties of my office according to the law. This I will bear true faith and allegiance to the CAAU, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the CAAU Constitution and the law of Uganda, and that I will do right to all manners of people according to the law, without fear or favor, affection or ill will.
Okay, next, Secretary Elvis Mweswa.
I, Elvis Mweswa, having been elected as Secretary of the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully discharge the duties of my office according to the law, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda Constitution and the laws of Uganda, and that I will do right to all manner of people according to law, without fear or favor, affection or ill will.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I am assuming that inside there they were saying, so help me God. Vice Secretary, Hope Bagota.
I, Hope Bagota, having been elected as Vice Secretary of the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully. I, Hope Bagota, having been elected Vice Secretary of the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully discharge the duties of my office according to law, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the association, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the association constitution and the laws of Uganda, and that I will do right to all manner of people according to law, without fear or favor, affection or ill will. So help me God.
Congratulations. Next is the treasurer, Hilda Mugabe.
I, Inikiula Mgari, having been elected treasurer of the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully discharge the duties of my office according to law, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to CAAU, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the CAAU Constitution and the laws of Uganda, and that I will do right to all manner of people according to law, without fear of favor, affection, or ill will.
Yes. Vice Treasurer. I was told that in next election we shall not use flyers with pictures.
What are you insinuating?
Vice Treasurer.
I, Chloe Kobronga, having been elected the Vice Treasurer of the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully discharge the duties of my office according to law, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda Constitution and the laws of Uganda, and that I will do right to all manner of people according to law, without fear or favor, affection, or ill will.
Compliance Officer. Diana.
Wherever, really. Finally meet you. I think I saw you on the
I, Diana Nakawesa, having been elected the compliance officer of the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully discharge the duties of my office according to law, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the CAAU, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda Constitution and the laws of Uganda, and that I will do right to all manner of people according to law, without fear or favor, affection, or ill will. So help me God.
Communications, Billy Rothengel.
I, Billy Rothengel, having been elected as communications lead of Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully discharge the duties of my office according to law, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the association, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the association's constitution and the laws of Uganda, and that I will do right to all manner of people according to the law, without fear or favor, affection, or ill will. So help people.
And finally, and it is deliberate to end with the community life. Marion Sandra Babazi.
I, Marion Bowen Sandra, having been elected as the community liaison officer of the Chevening Alumni Association of Uganda, do solemnly swear that I will faithfully discharge the duties of my office according to the law, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the CAAU, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the association's constitution and the laws of Uganda, and that I will do right to all manner of people according to law, without fear or favor, affection, or ill will. So help me God.
Okay, so Madam Chairperson, outgoing, we would like to thank you for entrusting us with this once again. Members, it was purely voluntary. As you saw, there was no expenditure in fact on this, as communicated by Jackie. So we want to call upon you to continue volunteering to serve. You hand over to MC for us. Ours is done. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you very much. The chairperson of the Electoral Commission. We can all attest to the fact that the elections have been free and fair. So thank you so much for a job well done. We are coming to the close of our annual general meeting. And I just have a few announcements to make just before I invite our chairperson-elect, right? To come and make some remarks, and then we'll have a close done by Helen. But then also a photo of the new executive. Oh, okay, great. And a photo of the new executive. At the back, we have very beautiful mugs at 25,000 Ugandan shillings. So kindly take yourself a mug today. Maybe you'll learn how to take some tea. Before I went to the United Kingdom, I used to, boast that I do not take tea. I take cold drinks. When I arrived, the winter was tight. I just had to buy myself a cup. So I believe that this is for me. Then we have some keychains at about 10,000 Ugandan shillings. I know some of us have cars, we have, keys for offices and stuff like that. So kindly get yourself one of these. There are phone rings as well. There are t-shirts, very beautiful. We need to support our association. So please make sure that you get yourself a Chevening souvenir before you leave. And also please check out our exhibition, items at the end of our meeting. I would just like to make one comment. Maybe I want to bring to your attention the chairperson of the Electoral Commission. I'm glad to say that out of the 33 Cheveners who are here, who are in attendance, we have 7 from the baby cohort. So I think we are doing well. And we have 3 new committee members. Give the baby cohort a big round. So proud of the people that they are becoming. We are taking this, at another level and at terrific speed. So maybe in the next committee, we shall have the entire committee. Won't be babies anymore. So thank you for giving us an opportunity to be represented and to serve. And thank you for coming forth when they called on you. So I would like to give this opportunity to Alan to come and give us his remarks, and thereafter we shall have the photo, and then we shall have the closing remarks from the outgoing chairperson. And please do not leave the lunch behind. Make sure everybody, make sure you have a coupon. I have mine. Yeah, because the lunch is ready for you after our meeting. Thank you.
Wow. I'm told I have 3 minutes. Okay, let me try to work within them. Thank you so much. Thank you, Janet. Thank you, everyone. To serve this association for me is a privilege. It's a privilege, it's an honor. And
Forgive us for moving you. After this,
our brand has to keep shining.
So thank you so much for entrusting me with the chairperson role for the next 2 years. Like I said, I'm honored. I want to first start by thanking the outgoing chairpersons. Firstly, Emma, who was our interim committee chairperson. Thank you so much for serving us at that time, but also thank you for continually presenting yourself for service. So thank you so much. We honor you for that. For Helen Awesa, who I have served as vice chairperson. Again, thank you so much. Helen has been very instrumental in teaching me a lot about mobilization and networking. So sometimes Helen can say, we are going to have so-and-so in the room. And I'm thinking, in 3 days, you know? But somehow, so-and-so appears, like the deputy governor today. So thank you so much, Helen, and thank you for your able leadership. And I pledge to continue the work that you started, both you, Emma, and Helen. I'll of course be seeking your advice along the way as I steer this association alongside the committee that you members, those online and even the rest have elected. I just want to say that for me, I've been here for 5 years now, I think. This is going to, after this, I will have served for 5 years. I served at the interim committee. In fact, I served before the interim committee. We had a steering committee. The steering committee was meant to launch the association. So Grace, Helen, Emma, and Fiona, there were quite a number of people then. So we steered the association, and then it got formed in 2019, November. So when it got formed, again, we were selected at the interim level, the interim committee. And I think 9 or 8 of us, we formed the constitution and we launched the association officially. And of course, at the launch, we were also given the mandate. People like Emma and Fiona decided to run away, but the rest of us stayed, Grace and Helen and the rest. And then we served you for 2 years. And again, you have given me a mandate to serve you for an extra 2 years. I am, like I said, I'm privileged. There are 2 things I want to talk about, and some of them were mentioned by the outgoing governor. But I thought it would be good to address them here because it's not so often that we get a chance to collect all of you in the room and even those online. 2 things. The governor mentioned that one of the challenges that is faced in this country is corruption. That one I will not talk about. I'm hoping all of you have a certain ethical standard. So I'll leave that. But he mentioned something that I thought we should talk about: citizenship participation. He said it's one of the biggest challenges in running this country and in getting all these government budgets and government policies run. And again, it is one of the challenges we have here in the association. Why I want to talk about it is we are leaders. Leaders cannot fail not to participate. So I want to challenge everyone who is in this room that whatever we have decided to do, whatever we have put in the strategic plan, whatever the committee here plans to achieve, will not be achieved unless you participate. So we are calling upon you to participate. We are calling upon you to participate financially, morally, but much more in the activities that we want to roll out. The second thing I want to talk about, and the last one, because I have very limited time, is around leadership. Again, I don't want to overemphasize this. I strongly believe that maybe I should use a story, because when I feel like I keep repeating myself. Some of you know that the men who got us independence, the men and women, the Nyeres, the Obotes, Lumumbas, they were all in the university at the same time. You know that? They were in the UK universities at the same time. Patrice Lumumba, I think, was in London School of Economics. Lee Kuan Yew was there almost at the same time. Julius Nyerere was there at the same time. These guys used to cohort together. They would come together and discuss what do we do to make our nations better. And that's how this whole idea of getting independence came about. So in that cohorting, in that talking, engaging, and seeking support, That's why when Ghana got independence, the rest of the countries got their independence almost within the same period, about 5 to 7 years. It's because once Ghana got its independence, the rest just began to say, they began supporting the rest. And I think even Uganda, it supported the Zimbabwe's, the South Africa's. But the point is that you realize we all got independence around the same time. Kenya, Tanzania. It is because these guys got a vision and they owned it. And they came back and they executed it, including the Lee Kuan Yew's, by the way. So the point I'm trying to make is that we need to stand up to be counted. We need to come and be part of the leadership of this country. So we are not a cult, neither are we a political movement, but we are an association for leaders. Again, I repeat that. We are not a cult, we are not a political movement. I know sometimes on our group we seem like a political movement, but we are actually an association of leaders. So we want to empower leaders in BOU. Nicholas is here in Pumla. We want to empower leaders in the legal sector. We want this place to be a place where you come for support, okay? We shall back you in every way we can so that you can be the leader that you want to be. Thank you so much.
Wow, thank you so much. Let's give our incoming committee a big round of applause. Welcome them to serve us, okay? Mr. Photographer, kindly take the photo. And then as they are taking the photo, I have one more announcement. Okay, as they are taking the photo, if you have not registered on the attendance form, kindly do that before you go for lunch. The second announcement that I would like to make, this is special because we have 2 outgoing committee members who are celebrating their birthday today. Am I right? Yes. Yes, there are 2, right? Yes. 3 or 2? 2 outgoing executive committee members, right? Yeah. Yes. We are privileged because today, one of our exhibitors, Cozy Little Things, UG, is going to give them a birthday present each. So Noel, thank you so much for honoring our committee members. And by the way, for your information, Noel is a baby cohort. Yeah. So that's the kind of spirit, you know, that's how we do it in the baby cohort. So
please look at the photographer.
He's here. Next time. Oh, wow. Great. Thank you very much. Okay. We have now come to the close of our meeting. And to wrap this up, we do not wrap this up. We would like to invite Helen. Helen Awesa, let's give Helen a big round of applause.
Thank you, Janet. Stop working again. But members, attention, please.
Attention, please.
We are winding up, and I hope you all got your coupons. The chairman has, the outgoing chairman has served you lunch. To celebrate her. In the speech of Chevening is the British High Commission, which has served us some lunch, so please clap for them. Thank you very much for Janet for the good work done. Let's clap for Janet. Some areas it has been tight, some areas it has been nice. You've done very well. I want to thank very much Tina. I mentioned her earlier. She's here. Tina, stand up for recognition. I want to thank very much the chairperson emeritus And Chibukati. Emma, thank you very much. I'm always been there. Thank you very much. Whenever we called upon you, you've been there with a lot of energy. I want to thank Grace very much. Stand up for recognition. And everything. I appreciate you. Jack in absentia, she has worked very hard. I think the people who have been driving us on the alumni, and all of us, I thanked others earlier. I just want to say one or two sentences to the new executive led by Alan. I worked with Alan, so I know he has the energy, he has the drive. All I can say is that you have to be sometimes a bit more patient with people, because some of them are not as fast as you. That's what you will learn as you go along. That's what I have to say to you as an elder going out. And to the team that is coming in, please dedicate time. I want all of you to listen. Chloe, listen to me. I want you to dedicate time, resources to this, what you've decided to do. Not something we just come here and take photographs and then we go home. The next time we come for a meeting. Put your time, put your energy and your wisdom into it. That's all I can say. It's a good ride, you enjoy yourselves, and also become friends when you're on the executive committee. When you're friends, you work better. And so that for us who have gone out, we are available when you need us. Don't get scared of us. Some of us speak loudly, some of us can push you, but we are there for you and we can help. But I beg you, you can take the association forward. Executive committee members, put in time, put in energy and support Brian. Don't have to do it alone. It needs a team. Especially the Secretary General. Where is she? He. Secretary General, you're the oil that moves us. So if you're very busy with your water and things like that, that is why you're looking for an assistant secretary. Assistant secretary, where are you? Your role is to mobilize for membership. That's a key role we put for you at acute duty. To mobilize for membership. I said at the beginning, we are 300 Cheveners. Here we are only 40 and we're celebrating that we are many. Where are the 160? So your role is a big one. Bring in the Mwendas. Bring in the Kalinachis. Where are they? Where are the Cheveners? That's your role. I won't want to scare you, but you'll do well. Network. Keep the networks open. Had Brian saying that you can call somebody in a week. Keep your networks open. If you know that there's someone in Parliament who's a Chevener, talk to them. If you want to bring Anita home, talk to them. Don't be scared. With that, I want to close my remarks. It's been a nice meeting. Thank everybody who has worked behind the scenes to make it happen. Thank you, Fiona. Thank you, Sarah. Everyone who has worked behind the scenes. I think there'll be a handover and we'll say the thank yous and the goodbye speakers. And Esther Nakati, wherever she is in the States, some country forgot her, but she works very hard. Now, with that, then on a good note, as we said, 2 of our members have had a birthday today, and we kept them here all day. They wanted to go and celebrate with their
AOBs.
Yeah. We said, let's keep them. Let's also do something small. So I request Fiona and Sarah to do something to bring the data we have. Sing for them. Sing for them. Sing Jackie wherever she is.
She's there online.
Can Jackie come on and you see her? And then we see. Please stand up and sing for them. And they come and cut their heels.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear. Happy
Simon's birthday was a week ago.
Okay. Yes, Simon was jumping. I have 1, 2, 3, go. Happy birthday, dear Jackie. Happy birthday, dear Jackie. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jackie.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Happy birthday,
Happy birthday, dear Simon.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Simon. It's good to get our who's also celebrating our birthdays from our home.
Okay, good. Count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. How are you?
Thank you.
Please buy some maps. Who did not get a thing?